Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Hey, Mark Schlereth here. A new year doesn't always call for something new. Sometimes it calls for something better. If your home would be more comfortable with better windows or new siding, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton can help. Right now, save 25% on Infinity replacement windows and 20% off James Hardy siding with 12 months no interest financing. Call them 303-794-0490 to schedule your free in-home visit or visit windowsforyourhome.com and say this is the year your home feels better.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey guys, your boy Steak here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
It is really exciting down here. It's cold out. Hopefully everybody dressed warm. Real quick, if you come see us at Mile High Station, the bathroom is in the back corner. We have been asked multiple times where it is, but that's what it is. But Chad, really just kind of throwing it out there. I've asked you a million times. We didn't think we'd probably be here, but really just how awesome is this whole thing?
It's a fantastic atmosphere. It's a vibe today. It is definitely ramped up for the playoffs. This fan base is ready. This crowd is ready on both sides for, obviously Broncos country, but Bills Mafia has showed up as well, which just really, to me, adds to the atmosphere, right? Everything you see on TV about them, everything you've heard about them, they're all here in their jerseys, the Jim Kellys and the Thurman Thomases.
Steve
and the
Tasker.
Yeah. I love it. And I'll be honest with you, John. Joe is behind the glass today producing the show in for Alex. He started with ready, and, I feel ready. The crowd feels like it's ready for a playoff game. The weather is finally acting and looking like it's a playoff game. But, I feel like we are ready to go. I feel like the Broncos are ready to go. I don't feel that anxiety that you have as a longtime season ticket holder that you mentioned with Mike Rice.
Yeah, I mean, I get nervous because I've seen the way it goes. But you know me, I always like to dive into Broncos history, and I always like to draw comparisons or parallels. This season has had parallels to kind of all the teams outside of 97-98. This ain't that. But it's right now today, this reminds me of the 05 or the 2011 Tim Tebow team. Not in the sense, this is a better team than that was, I think, overall. But you're home in your first playoff game. You've got an established team with an established big physical quarterback that can throw it down the field, can run the ball. Back then it was Ben Roethlisberger. Today it's Josh Allen. You are the home team, yet nobody's giving you a shot. And everybody's acting like this team's going to come in here. You're just kind of in the way on where they need to go. And what happened back then, the Broncos had a quarterback that couldn't even throw the ball, and he threw for 300 yards. But that's what reminds me of today, is that team in that particular situation.
Well, you make the comparison, and the fans right in front of us immediately shaking their head like it's a slight. I don't read it that way. I'll take it. They won that game. Good.
Yeah, they won. They won.
Tell me what about it. Broncos won first home game, and they beat that description of that team. So, I'll take that today. I'll take that 100 times out of 100. And I am cautious every time comparisons to previous teams come up, and I'm very cautious. And this is very prevalent in like the sports betting communities when they go on historical data. And they go, well, the one seeds win 74% of the, whatever it is.
Doesn't matter.
The guys that are playing today know absolutely nothing about that. They can't tell you guys that were playing for the Broncos with Tebow, much less the history of the NFL back into the 80s or the 70s or the 60s, or what it means for any other team's record as a one seed or with a bye, or a team having to travel cross country coming into Denver. Like, none of that matters for the guys that are playing today that are 24 or 25 years old. So I'm always a little hesitant to buy into those historical trends.
Yeah, it's more of a similar situation. I don't think Sean Payton was like, all right, guys, here's Tebow to Demaryius. This is what's happening today. No, it doesn't. I heard Zach this week talk about how on a short week last year Washington beat Detroit. That's got nothing to do with what's happening today. Historically, though, this is a different place to play. The Broncos are 17-5 all time here. So that I think, the altitude, the dry weather, some of that does matter. But, Chad, with the disrespect, if you will, towards the Denver Broncos this week, this may not be the most fun question for Broncos country. Did they earn the right with their play in the last quarter of the season to be thought of as the underdog and to have everybody kind of dismissing them this week?
That's an interesting phrasing when you say earn. And I think the way the season played out, the fan base and in large part the media wanted to see a lot more post-bye week from the Broncos, and I don't think they felt like they got that the team almost felt like it took a step back post-bye, but was still in such a pole position that they were able to win the division and take the one seed. So it's not limping to the finish line, but it's not pulling away. Like I said last week, everybody wants their team to be Secretariat and blow the field away, and it just doesn't work that way, right? So phrasing it that way, earning it, is a very interesting way to put it. The bottom line is they did enough work throughout the course of the season, and everybody else had the same opportunity in the AFC, and they didn't.
Right.
So when I look at the word earn, they earned the spot they're in. I think the difference in the narrative in talking about respect and why people are
is
not
it disrespectful to overlook them, or is it logical to look at this game and say, no, I got the Bills?
I don't think it is intentionally anything to do with respect. I think in the world we live in, people tell the stories they want to hear. And they tell the stories that sell. And the story that sells is the downtrodden Buffalo Bills franchise that lost 4 straight Super Bowls, and Josh Allen, who's played unbelievable in the playoffs but has had heartbreak after heartbreak, is the story that sells. And the Broncos, because of what you said, because of the way they played, the way they've won this year, are not flashy. They do not have household names. Do they not have marquee big play star players on offense that everybody across the country goes, I got to tune in and watch that guy? Josh Allen is a I got to tune in and watch that guy player. So it is telling the story that people want to hear, right? Nobody wants to hear on Monday night that Miami is the best defensive front that Indiana will. They want to hear what a great story Indiana is and how they're going to steamroll to a championship. Not that Miami could possibly upset that. So it's a very similar situation. Is people just don't want to hear what upsets the fun, good story they like.
So it's interesting, and I like that you bring that up. If you watched the big networks, the national, you would not know that the Buffalo Bills actually at some point this year lost football games. You will find out that you watch that and you would think this was a 17-0 football team that's coming off 5 Super Bowl wins back to back. No, they lost.
It's the Chiefs.
Yeah, like it's the Chiefs. Yeah, and
Chiefs.
it's weird to me. And where I put it is, no, it wasn't perfect down the stretch for the Broncos. But you know what they didn't do? They didn't go into Miami and lay an egg. You know what they didn't do? They didn't go into Atlanta and lay an egg like the Buffalo Bills did. And that's not meant to disrespect the Bills, but it's just the narrative this week was all, and we saw it all year. We talked about it like before the Bills game. You and I off air did. The Broncos, no matter what they did this year, they just couldn't get anybody to buy in. And there were spots where they did, but the most hilarious thing to me about the Broncos is when I would tell people would ask me, I'd say, well, why don't you believe in the Broncos? They win close games. Okay, so wins is your evidence of losing? That doesn't make any sense to me. So what you're saying is the fact that they win is why they're going to lose? I'm going to need more than that from people, and I haven't really heard enough this week other than Josh Allen.
Now compare that to the story that's being told about the Chicago Bears. Another team that is the darling of the media in the Chicago market with a top draft pick in Caleb Williams and a new coach in Ben Johnson who has trailed in games that they trailed in the final 2 minutes, they won 7 times. So tell me which story people want to hear about, right? The way the Broncos have done it or the way the Bears have done it. Which team do you buy in more? I can tell you right now, if the Broncos play the Bears in the Super Bowl, the Broncos are going to be favored.
Yes, they will. Yeah, the Broncos would be favored, I think, over the Bears. That'd be a great Super Bowl. Loser can't wear blue and orange anymore. But before we get to the Super Bowl, we got a game in front of us today. This is going to be hard. Chad, you asked me 2 weeks ago to rank the teams in the AFC that scared me the most of the Broncos. My number 1 team was the Buffalo Bills. It's not just Josh Allen. It's James Cook. This is a team that's been there as much as Sean McDermott catches a lot of heat. The guy's got 8 playoff wins. So while they may not have gone all the way, they have won in the playoffs. They have won in the playoffs multiple times. It's going to be a hard one. But that means even after the season, they're 14-3. Who on this Denver Broncos team has a point to prove? Chad and I get into that next.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Carl Parr Hobbytown is your Colorado hobby superstore. With 3 locations, Aurora, Lakewood, and Littleton, Carl Parr Hobbytown has the best selection of radio control, die-cast Revell models, toys, games, die-cast, Gundam, Star Wars, Lego, and more. So head into Carl Parr's Hobbytown and make fun happen more. Info at carlparrshobbytown.com. Carl Parr's Hobbytown, making fun happen.
Hey, Colorado, when you're in the market for a new truck or SUV, head to Johnson Auto Plaza. Explore their huge selection of new Chevy, Buick, and GMC trucks and SUVs. Find your new truck or SUV at JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com. Stop in and experience the Johnson advantage that so many now know. Johnson Auto Plaza is your truck and SUV headquarters. Just north of E470 on Highway 85, JohnsonChevyBuickGMC.com.
It's 2026. New year, new you, new resolutions to keep for a couple weeks. Whether you're trying to eat healthy in the new year or not, your best choice is Omaha Steaks. They have multiple bundles to choose from. They have an all-protein pack if you're trying to slim down or eat clean, consisting of butcher's cut filet mignon, air-chilled boneless chicken breast, boneless pork chops, classic burgers, and more. Everything you need for your freezer and meal prep. Or grab one of the other bundles that include potatoes au gratin and caramel apple tartlets. That sounds good. Omaha Steaks offers unrivaled quality and variety, and every bite is backed by their 100% guarantee. Every steak is perfectly aged to maximize tenderness and hand-cut by master butchers in America's heartland. Save big on gourmet gifts and more holiday favorites with Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, and for an extra $35 off, use promo code SKY at checkout. Terms apply. See site for details. That's omahasteaks.com, promo code SKY.
Are you worrying about those upcoming credit card bills after the holidays? If you're a homeowner, there's no better time than now to call American Financing and wipe out that debt. Eliminate the stress and set yourself up for a strong 2026. The Fed dropped rates for the 4th time in December, guys. American Financing can help you access that equity in your home at an interest rate in the low 5s. You heard that right, in the low 5s. That's a much lower rate than the average 20% or more credit card rate. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $800 a month. Guys, that's like a $10,000 raise to start the new year. There are no upfront fees and no obligation to see how much you can save. And they are closing some in as fast as 10 days and even delaying 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.196% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-691-9999. That's 800-691-9999.
It's time to skate your case.
More of me and less of you. My takes are better than yours.
So speak your truth.
You can't handle the truth.
And prove your point.
It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
Here's John Davis and Chad Andrus with their point to prove.
We are down here at Mile High Station, Broncos pregame. Chad and I have a point to prove in that we have to prove we're here to do radio and not tell people where the bathroom is.
I don't know what gives the indication when we're sitting here on camera right in front of us with headsets on talking about the game, dressed in Broncos gear. Not like Mile High Station employee gear, but it's every segment. Every single segment.
It's in the if you come in and you face how do we do this?
If you're you can come in from either side.
Go to the back right, you'll see it. You just look for it. Just
go
look for
opposite of where we are.
Yeah, it's there. It's there. But Chad, point to prove, the mainstay all year, not all year, but for a lot of the year was Sean Payton. Today, point to prove a little bit different for me. you get 14-3 in the 1 seed with the big dead cap hit, a second-year quarterback that's still developing. You don't have a lot to prove that you know what you're doing. So today, for me, it's for Sean almost to prove to himself that you can not get in your own way. And it's not about today, to me, run the ball. It's finding the right balance and timeliness of when to run and when to pass and how to execute those play calls.
Okay. I do think it is a little bit more about running the ball, and I do think he will prove a point to the fans watching, the world. He'll prove a point to Liam Cohen that if you just do that, you beat this team.
How great would that be after Liam made up a bunch of stuff about Sean Payton?
And if he would have run the ball last week, he would have won the game.
Yep.
They dominated on the ground. They had better stats. They gained more yards, but they threw it and turned it over twice with interceptions, and they lost because they gave Josh Allen opportunities where if they would have kept running it, they would have won. And I think Sean Payton will enjoy proving that point, that the guy who took a shot at him with a small market comment was wrong, and he is smarter than him. And I think he will enjoy doing that while he is on his path to victory in the AFC Championship game, because the Bills' run defense is not good. And it is also a slow defense. So the play calling for Sean today, he just has to focus on what is going to win. And we've had this conversation before is, do I want to do it my way, in the way I want to play, or do I want to do it the way that wins the game? And that's one of the things that we figured out over 3 years with Sean Payton now, is sometimes those two things are at odds. And the other thing that I think I've finally started to figure out and has clicked with me is when you look at Sean Payton, are you going to believe what he tells you, or are you going to believe what he shows you? And they're two different things most of the time. Because he came out last year after a 31-7 playoff beatdown at Buffalo and said, we got to find a way to get a game at home. We got to find a way to win the division. We got to find a way to get stops on defense. And then what does he do in the offseason? He goes out and gets more veteran players on defense in Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. He focuses on the division games this year and is able to rally and win the division and get the 1 seed and get the game at home. So all the things that he said they needed, he went out and did and showed with his actions, and then turns around this week, and when the game is now here, he's telling you, well, there's a lot of myths about playoff football, and having home field really isn't that big of an advantage, and having experience really isn't that big of an advantage. And what was the third one? He said, rest doesn't mean that you're going to start fast in the playoffs. So all the things that he said and went about fixing because he knew they were important this entire offseason and through this entire season to build up, now he's telling you, no, wait up, wait. Those things really don't matter. So he's telling you something different than the way he's acting. And
where was he wrong?
Where was he wrong?
He wasn't wrong about any of it, though.
Well, on which end? Because what he told you after they lost last year and the way he responded and acted is one thing, and he's telling you something completely opposite this week.
Yeah, because
so you're telling me he's not wrong this week
what he's saying,
when he's telling you they're all myths?
No, I think what he's trying to say is this doesn't just mean you win automatically. I think he's trying to make the point you have to put in the work to still do it. You can't be assumed. Look, this is a guy who lost to the Beastquake. This is a guy that lost to the Minnesota Miracle. This is a guy that had the Super Bowl in lock. All the refs had to do was call a PI on a guy that tackled the wide receiver. So I think he's kind of making the point. You can do everything right, yet weird things can happen. And the time he went to the Super Bowl, the Vikings had him dead to rights in overtime, and then the Vikings get 12 dudes in a huddle and screw it all up. So I think Sean's bigger point is you can do everything right. You can check all the boxes, yet when you get to the game, Marshawn Lynch can run it 80 yards or whatever it was. The Minnesota Miracle can happen. The refs can screw you. You still have to do everything you got to do when you get to the game.
Fair, but if you truly do everything right, you're in the position they are today as the number 1 seed with a bye.
Right.
And he's 3-0 in that position.
Is that right?
And he's 4
in the first game?
Yeah, after the bye.
After the bye.
And he's 4-1 as the 1 seed. The only loss is that non-PI call in 2018.
They were the one, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they were the one.
So So the other instances, yes, you can say that they lost on fluky circumstances, but I don't know that you can say they truly did everything right leading up to that. When he's done everything right and been the one seed, he's won the game.
And then he comes out and tells you, I like, because you're right, he comes out and says, do all these things, and then everybody's like, you did all these things. He's like, well, those don't matter.
That doesn't matter. No, we're past that now.
It's the most.
So, like, are you going to believe what he says? You're going to believe what he does. And that's the same thing. Like when he writes, run the damn ball or run the ball on the play sheet,
Right.
He says we got to run the ball effectively, and then he doesn't do it. Right? So are you going to believe what he says or what he does? Today, he needs to believe that he can run the football to win the game and have the patience to do it. Because if they do, Jaleel McLaughlin is going to go off against this team, and he's going to score 2 touchdowns, and they're going to win.
What do you think of when he said there's like 8 myths to the playoffs, and then he only gave 3?
Well, he gave the 3 that were convenient for his talk this week. And they just happened to be the 3 that aligned with everything he wanted to do, pointing from the post-game press conference after the loss in Buffalo last year.
There's a point you've made since you and I started doing the pregames, and I think it's as relevant now as it has been. It's not about Sean running the ball so much as it is if they're down 7-0, if they're down 10-0 or 7 points or 10 points. Will he stick with the run then? And I think that's where you made that point when you and I were doing the Vikings game a few years ago, and it's kind of stuck with me today. If you're down 7-0, if the Bills go down and just, score right then, will Sean run the damn ball? It's easy to do it when it's 0-0. It's easy to do it on your opening drive. It's easy to do it when you're winning. When they're losing, can Sean help himself?
Yeah, that's the big question that he's got to answer. I think if he can have the self-discipline to do it today, they can win the game. Now, it's different if you're down 17-0 than it is 7-0. I fully understand that. I'm not stupid.
Right. At some point, you just have to.
But the Bills' defense, I've already told you they're slow, and the Broncos have a speed advantage. They will get Ed Oliver back, which will help them a little bit in the run game, but they're not good at stopping the run.
And he's a snap count guy today anyway.
And the last 3 games, look, I was rough on Jaleel McLaughlin early in the season when he was inactive every week that J.K. Dobbins was playing, and I questioned what his role on this team was, and then boom, all of a sudden, Dobbins is out and Jaleel is in. Well, now you're seeing why he's still here and his value, and I think Sean knows, and I think Sean, to some extent, has protected him over the last 2 weeks in particular, but Jaleel McLaughlin the last 3 games,
awesome.
7.4 yards per carry against Jacksonville. 5.7 against Kansas City on the road, 6.8 against the Chargers. And that's without being featured.
Right,
If you give him the ball and feature him, he's going to have over 5 yards or 6 yards a carry today. He's going to score touchdowns, and you're going to win.
He's getting to the second level with the ball. And maybe he's not making a guy miss at the second level, but that 5 to 6 yards, it opens up so much more. Because today a lot of it's going to be predicated on, look, we need this to be a quick game. And if it's a quick game, that means the Broncos are doing 8-9 minute drives and the clock's just going.
And Josh Allen isn't.
And Josh, that's the biggest one, is you don't really stop him. You just reduce it. You know what, Chad? We're gonna keep this going because we've got a couple more. We got another Broncos coach, and the big name on the Broncos also have point to prove. We'll just keep this going. We're down here at Mile High Station. We'll do all that next.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, believe it or not, golf season is just around the corner, and that means the newest gear and the latest tech are starting to drop. It's Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. If you want to hit the ground running in 2026, now's the time to get dialed in. Book a custom fitting at Embers Golf and experience the newest equipment built to elevate your game. I know, trust me, I got set up last year, and spots fill up fast. So get in, get fit, and get ready to play your best season yet. Get everyone in the family ready for golf season at Embers Golf in Westminster. Embers Golf, ignite your game.
Whatever you're looking for when you head out into the wild, keep an open mind. Sometimes the real treasure is the journey itself. Sure enough, there's treasure out there. Sometimes it's something you didn't expect to find. And more often than not, it's as simple as the memories you make. Make some memories of your own with a new vehicle from Corwin Toyota. Family driven for over 100 years.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you in RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini with Dunright. Great pricing options and bank financing? You bet. Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, finished basements, windows and doors. Done right since 1985. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunright. Visit drhi.com. Thanks.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. How about a New Year's resolution where the commitment takes just one day and yet the results last a lifetime? Address years of hair loss like I did with Dr. Tanya Pauls and Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment using your own natural hair. Advanced Hair restores your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning, and they guarantee your new hair will grow for life. Celebrate the new year with a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better. Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Previewing today's matchup, here's John Davis and
because apparently they can't handle the cold, even though I thought they'd be able to in Buffalo. But Chad, I mean, it's been a decade. 10 years ago today, the Broncos beat the Steelers in the divisional round on their way to the Super Bowl. To the day, yeah.
To the day, all right.
To the day. So this is really exciting, but it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all. This is a good Buffalo Bills team. We're talking points to prove. We talked about Sean Payton last. Going to go with his defensive coordinator. Chad, the lasting image to me of the loss in Buffalo last year was a sideline tiff or argument or a heated exchange between Sean Payton and Vance Joseph that was taking place. Vance is a hot name for head coaching. He's interviewed in, I think, 5 other teams. His defense wasn't perfect down the stretch for the second straight year in a row. Vance Joseph today, I think he's got to go out and prove that these interviews are not a distraction, that he's not looking ahead, which I don't think he is. But I think he's also got to prove that when it comes to an elite team that can counter what he does, that Vance isn't just going to leave his defense on the field for the majority of the game. So Vance Joseph today, come out and prove that a team that worked your defense last year, you have an answer for it.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and prove that you can do it against an elite quarterback. Because that's been a criticism of why people don't buy the Broncos or believe in the Broncos, because who have they beaten at the quarterback position? And they're facing, arguably the best right now. with an MVP a year ago, and a guy who a lot of people think is, on a collision course with destiny, the way things have set up for this postseason. So prove you can do it against a team that ate you alive last year. Prove you can do it against an elite quarterback. And do it because you asked for a couple of specific pieces on defense, and we went out and got them for you. We got you Dre Greenlaw in the middle to, be a guy at the goal line, to be a thumper right up the middle and help stop the run. We got you the safety that you can move all over the field and play at every different position in Hufanga. We got you a first-round pick that is going to be a Swiss Army knife on your defense that you can move all over the field. So we got you the things you asked for that said would help you get off the field against teams like Buffalo and Baltimore and Cincinnati when you couldn't a year ago. So can you do it now?
And not only that, Alex Singleton's back. He was out last year when he played that. So you've got more pieces. We understand Brandon Jones is there, but that's the whole thing. The middle of the field is where you were getting the most trouble. You've got two different middle linebackers and a Justin Sternod who's just playing better. So you actually have a nice rotation at middle linebacker when you did not have that a year ago. Hufanga, Swiss Army knife, he can play all over the place. And that's just my thing with Vance. Vance, are you going to come out today? Are you going to run that zone that's more of a prevent than it is a zone, and you get absolutely shredded all over the field like you have been? Or are you going to come out and dance with the one that got you there, and you're going to play aggressive? They're going to make plays. It's going to happen. And I think the big thing with Vance is this. We talked about that divisional game with the Steelers 10 years ago. Wade Phillips went with a zone that day because it fit better for what the Steelers did. They still played well, but he adjusted. Can Vance come out today, and whether it be playing aggressive, whatever it is, can he come up with a way? Can he decide what to do? And what I mean by that is Belichick's genius was when he played a great offense, he knew I can't stop all of this. I'm just going to stop this, and if they beat me this way, so be it. What is Vance planning to take away and challenge the Bills to beat him another way? And is he ready to defend that? That's what I'm super interested to see.
I am a firm believer that you have to dance with the one that brought you, and you have to play to your strengths. It drives me crazy in all sports when people and teams adjust to be worried about what other teams do, and they don't do what they do best. Go do what you do best and see how that works out for you, especially in the first half of this game. We have the luxury of having played Jacksonville less than a month ago, and knowing how much zone defense they play. And that's what Josh Allen saw last week. And everybody talked about that week for Bo, how tough it was going to be because they forced so many turnovers because everybody's always got eyes on the quarterback, and they cause problems that way. That's what Jacksonville does. That's what they did to Josh last week. He has just seen that. The Broncos don't do that near as well as they play press man coverage. Play the press man. Do what you do best, at least starting this game. Play the first half that way. And I'll be honest with you, if Josh Allen runs for a couple first downs and he uses his legs to be effective in the first half, it's not going to bother me all that much because I want to see how hurt he is. I want to see him and how much he's moving. I want you to hit him.
Yes.
So go ahead and play your press man, and if he runs a couple of times, I'm fine with that. If you have to make an adjustment at halftime because he's burned you to the extent where they're up 2 or 3 scores, fine. I understand, but at least go out and do what you do best and see how you stack up to start the game before you start tweaking things and panicking about what he might do to you.
Yeah, don't create in your head and react in real life to what you created in your head. And with that, what do you think Josh Allen would rather you do? I think he'd rather, obviously, zone.
I think so, too, because he would be comfortable.
Yeah, he'd be comfortable.
And he wouldn't be getting chased, and he wouldn't be getting hit, and he wouldn't have to deal with that in the cold. He wouldn't have Zach Allen and Jonathan Cooper landing on him in the cold.
Yeah.
And he would be feeling good by the time he got to the fourth quarter. I think he would much prefer that because if you play zone, he will pick you apart in the pass game, and it will be easier on him physically.
Exactly. Look, they're going to gain their yards. They're going to move the ball, hit them along the way. Tom Brady, greatest of all time, 2015 AFC Championship game. Every incomplete pass, he got hit. Every time he ran out of bounds, they hit him. And he threw 2 picks. He was uncomfortable. I don't care who the quarterback is when they're getting hit. And if his hand is hurt and that gets hit in the cold, that's going to hurt. So, no, I think we're there. Play aggressive. Make them get you off your game. Mike Shanahan, Gary Kubiak, That opening drive was going to be that opening drive on offense with the cutback run scheme, and they were just going to do it. You knew it was coming. There was 2 decades of film on it, and you knew it was coming. So,
do you think the Buffalo Bills are not going to run James Cook today?
Right, exactly.
Right? Do you think the Nuggets would ever go into a game and go, you know what, we're not going to play through Jokic today?
Yeah.
It's a bad matchup, and we're just not going to do that. We're going to try something else.
The other teams always complain. They're like, look, we're trying to stop Jokic. He doesn't let us. So with that, going back to the other side of the ball, Bo Nix. This is a guy in his second season in the NFL, is in his second straight playoffs. He has authored 2 double-digit win seasons, number 1 seed this year, yet nobody's really buying into him, and there's a lot of justified reasons for that. Bo started out the season to me looking very uncomfortable. He was erratic. He was all over the place. I think it got better over the year. Honestly, surprised me. I thought a lot of that stuff to be fixed was more off-season stuff. Nonetheless, you're going toe-to-toe with the best in the league, the defending MVP. You got to come out today, Bo, and prove that when things aren't perfect, your instinct isn't to throw it 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage on 3rd and 8. You have to go out there. You have to be bold. You have to hit your open receivers. You can't have these overthrows today that he's had. You can't have like the Pat Bryant off target at the end of the Jacksonville game. The dirt balls. You have got to be on point when you're set up because Sean's going to draw these guys open.
Look, you've played 1 game in 23 days, and it was against a lot of Charger backups.
Yeah.
Like, you should know exactly what you want to do and how you do it today. You should be healthy. You should be fresh. You should be prepared and ready to go. And that is what the book is on Bo, that he does the work. He puts the work in and he prepares. He's ready to go. So he should be ready to do this today. Like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they went down the field and scored right away in the playoff game last year, right on that first possession.
Yeah, because remember we had a texter, Kelly, tell us Troy Franklin was going to catch a bomb, and it was like 4th play of the game.
Yeah. Okay. And then after that, Bo Nix's offense and Sean Payton's offense managed to have the ball for a total of 18 minutes in the game after a first drive touchdown. Including that possession, they had the ball for 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No. You have to run an effective offense and stay on the field. The critics that don't buy the Broncos, they don't buy the Broncos because of the quarterback play. It is plain and simple. Look, if I told you 4 teams, John, that have something in common, and I rank them in the order of the Cleveland Browns, the Tennessee Titans, the Denver Broncos, and the Las Vegas Raiders. Okay?
I know the answer, but yeah.
Okay. Those were the top 4 teams in the NFL in punts.
Right.
The other 3 fired their head coach.
Right. This team won 14 games, but it's that's the whole thing, though, is that you're punting a lot. Some of that has to do with you're also not turning the ball over. I think there's a little bit there, but when you're that high in punts, you're that high in punts.
Browns and Raiders didn't turn it over?
Yeah.
They turned it over quite a bit, right?
No, that's my point, is that, yeah, exactly. So here's the thing. Not so much the punt thing. You asked me about the Troy Franklin. Here's the troubling part about the point you're making there. That's the last deep ball touchdown Bo Nix threw. He did not do it this year one time.
Not a single one.
Not a single one. And you know what bothers me even more, the concern I have on that, is that after the Chargers game, you remember he missed like 4? And he was on the sideline. The first Chargers game. Sean didn't have him do it again. And that's actually the concern, is that Sean didn't trust him to do that again. And that whole thing, with no deep threat, that leads to punts. When they're like, we just got to keep it all right here, because they're not even going to try it downfield. Not only did Bo not connect on one, they didn't even try it after week 3. So that's something, as these playoffs go, if there's no deep threat, those punts you talk about become more likely, because it's easy to keep the team in front of you when you know they're not going deep.
Can I tell you why? Hopefully it's different today.
Why is that?
Your guy, Marvin Mims.
My guy.
Troy Franklin. R.J. Harvey. Jaleel McLaughlin. And then the 5th X factor is Bo Nix. All of those guys are faster than anyone Buffalo has on defense.
Right.
Every single one of them. So I expect Jaleel McLaughlin to have a big day running the ball, and I think Bo can too. Remember, he was the leading rusher in the playoff game last year.
He was, you're right. Yes, you're right.
But Franklin is the guy that is the burner deep that they have leaned on in the past more so than Mims. But I think he's also the guy, because this goes back to the Sean Payton point to prove, and do you believe what he says or what he does? Troy Franklin on the Christmas game against Kansas City had 4 targets when they knew they were going to win because they were playing Chris Oladokun.
Yeah.
And then the Chargers game against the backups, when they really knew they were going to win, he had 1 target. Sean Payton has been hiding him.
Yeah, he's not showing
He's been hiding Troy Franklin because he knew he's going to have to do something with big play, chunk play, breakaway speed weapons in the playoffs.
I like that. So hopefully we see it today. They open it up. It's the Fan Football Pregame Show. The Broncos divisional round hosting the Buffalo Bills. We heard his name all week. He played just up the road in college. Apparently he's the greatest player in the history of all of sports. How do the Broncos, I don't know if they stop him, but even slow down Josh Allen? We'll get into that next.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Colorado roads are icy. Accidents happen. When they do, you're in luck with Flanagan Law. I'm Samantha, the personal injury lawyer who stands out from the rest of the guys. Look for the Shamrock. Flanagan Law, your advocate when it matters most.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at SpineOne.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
We know exactly what you're not thinking about right now. Wiper blades. But now that you are, take a moment to think about how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America. Why? Because Rain-X thinks about wiper blades all the time. We obsess, so you don't have to. Simply install our blades and then think about literally anything else. So choose Rain-X, America's #1 wiper blades, and then go back to not thinking about wiper blades. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Previewing today's matchup, here's John Davis and Chad Andrus.
Fan Football Pregame Show. Boy, everybody's in a good mood today, Chad. They're feeling confident about the Denver Broncos and the Buffalo Bills today.
It is, it's jumping in here,
yeah.
And I choose to believe it's because everybody's excited and ready for the playoffs, not because they want to be inside because it's cold. And all the other games that kicked off were above 60 degrees, and people were outside.
Yeah.
So I choose to believe it's the excitement for the playoff game. But, no, it's a great vibe down here at Mile High Station.
Chad, in most people's mind, you and I have said it, the Broncos, I think correctly, were effusive in their praise this week about Josh Allen, the guy on the other side of the field.
Who isn't? I mean, come on. Who doesn't love Josh Allen?
What are you going to say? I don't love him. What are you going to say? I mean, Trey Wingo had this last night. First quarterback in playoff history, 0 turnovers in 6 straight starts. That's 16 total TDs. That's running and rushing the ball.
He hasn't thrown a playoff pick since 2022.
It's pretty impressive.
That's 4 years now.
And he's playing in multiple games each year, and he's playing against good teams. This guy is really good. Coming in, I guess this is where I'll start. In your mind today, what do the Broncos have to do? You're not going to stop him. Like Josh Allen's not. They're not scoring 0 points today. They're not going to get 0 first downs today. What is your best plan to try to mitigate and slow down and stifle and disrupt what Josh Allen likes to do?
Hit him.
Yes.
The same formula for every quarterback. Play the way you play, which is press man coverage. And if that invites him to run the football, fine. Go ahead and just finish the play and hit him. And see how that goes in the first half and how he's feeling by the time this game gets to the fourth quarter. Because he is, I'll say, allegedly dealing with foot, knee, and finger injuries. You don't buy it.
No. I think the foot's hurt. I saw the finger get hurt. I think the knee – look, when you push, like a sled push, let's say, your knee's involved. I watched him move an offensive line and a defensive line at the same time last week. That's not somebody whose knee is all messed up. I think they're hamming it up correctly. I don't fault them for that. I do think he's banged up. I think there's being a little bit more made of it.
I think by the time you get to January, if you play in the NFL, you're all banged up.
Yeah,
There's not anybody out there that's feeling good
Yeah.
and ready to go, oh, yeah, let's go get into some car crashes in the cold. Like, that's going to be a fun time today. Nobody is feeling great about that today. I want the Broncos to do what they do and challenge him. And for me, there's two things, right? A big part of Josh Allen's success, particularly against the Broncos, and I'm leaning on last year's playoff game in particular, was James Cook was so effective running the football that it really didn't matter.
Right.
It didn't have to be Josh Allen back there. It could have been any number of top tier, top half of the league quarterbacks that probably would have picked them apart. But in that playoff game last year, he averaged 10.5 yards per attempt. You know what Bo Nix averaged last year in the playoffs? It was like less than 6 yards.
It was that good?
Per attempt.
It felt worse.
It was 10.5 per attempt for Josh Allen in that game. It was just too easy. It was practice. And I hate to be insulting. I hate to be dismissive of the guys that were out there in Vance Joseph's defense, but that was practice for them last year. They did whatever they wanted to, and you have to come out as a defense today and say, you know what, we're not just giving this to you and sitting back on our heels and waiting for you to make a mistake that you're not going to make. You've proven you don't make them in the postseason. We have to go get you.
Last year, Zach Bye came on with us before the Bills game. and he made a funny thing that he said was an advantage that I think was fandom more than analysis, which I do all the time, was he said not having a number one receiver benefited the Bills in that game because Surtain, I didn't buy that. I still don't. But since Zach did that, I'm going to bring up a really ridiculous argument. The Broncos spent the whole year winning games without getting turnovers. And the Bills' strength is they don't turn the ball over in the playoffs. Well, this is a Broncos team that, oddly enough, their inability to get turnovers might actually benefit them because their wins have not been predicated on short fields and momentum-swinging plays.
Yeah, they're not the Bears.
Right,
which is what we said already on this show. That's an interesting point, a fair point.
I don't think it's a key to victory,
no,
but I think mentally it helps.
Well, I mean, how much does it help mentally if you do get one?
There you go.
Right?
There you go.
Like
right.
then
right.
It's a huge deal, right? So a couple of shows that I guested on this week that I came on to talk about this game, they all were curious if I thought Vance Joseph would put Pat Surtain on Shakir and shadowing the whole day, or if they would mix it up.
Yeah.
And I was uncertain. I could see it going that way, but I can't speak with any degree of certainty that I know what Vance Joseph is going to do. I can only speak to what I hope he does. And I hope he does that, and I hope they play press man, and I hope they stay true to their identity.
That's really all you can. It's go down, doing what you do best. Make them feel you out there. Like, make them hurt. Make them not want to get back on the field. If they're Lawrence, after the first quarter, he had the game of his life. He was upright. Everybody was open. When they played, you got to get after it. One thing about Josh Allen, his last 3 divisional games, Bengals in 2023 is a 2022 season. 25 of 43, 246, no touchdowns, 1 interception, they lost. The Kansas City Chiefs in Buffalo, 2023 season, 2024 home game, 8 carries for 26 yards and 1 rushing, 25 of 39, 186 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, 12 carries for 72, 2 rushing touchdowns. They lost. Divisional round against Ravens last year, 16 of 22, 127, threw no touchdowns, no interceptions, 10 carries for 20 yards, 2 touchdowns. The point I'm making is a lot of these stats we have with Josh Allen are aggregated over multiple games. The divisional round in the AFC Championship game, there's very little to criticize of this guy. Very little. He doesn't choke and he doesn't play bad, but he does get tight. The more important the game, Josh Allen will get tight. And you can see it. The stats match it. They only had him throw it 22 times against the Ravens last year. He didn't run for a lot. They ended up winning. But the point is, he's yet to really walk the enemy down in these big moments. And this is the game. If you can hit him a lot, you can probably make him uncomfortable and uncertain as the game moves on.
The other thing that jumps off the page in those games, when you pointed out 3 different losses, he had rushing touchdowns. 1,
right.
2, and 2 in
right.
all of those games. What did those teams do? Like, they made sure that a quarterback didn't beat you with the pass. And Josh, all quarterbacks get lumped together in terms of playoff success and how they go about doing it. But Josh Allen, a big part of the reason he has been so successful and a big part of the reason that he hasn't thrown interceptions is because he is running the ball a lot.
Yep.
in
exactly.
the postseason.
Exactly.
And
yes.
when you try to equate that to John Elway's arm or Peyton Manning's brain or Tom Brady's brain and arm and defense going through the playoffs and carrying them, they're not all the same. They're
right.
doing things a different way. So there are other teams that have been fine with Josh Allen using his legs and his feet, and they've still managed to win the game because he didn't beat them as a passer.
To draw a parallel, many times teams will just say, just let Jokic score. Don't let him start passing, getting everybody else involved. We'll just let him score 50 because the Nuggets have only won like 1 or 2 times when Jokic. It's the same thing. It's like he's going to get you somehow. This is the better way. I agree. If he's out there running the ball more, and also if Josh Allen's running the ball, that means James Cook is not running the ball. How do the Broncos slow down, which was quietly, oddly enough, the best running back in the NFL this year? How do we get after James Cook today? How do the Broncos do it? It's a Fan Football Pregame Show. We'll get into that next.
Everybody loves the season of giving, but now the season of paying for it. is upon us, that not-so-wonderful time of the year when millions of Americans open their credit card statements, stare in horror at the balance, and resolve then and there to find new ways to save money. If you're among those Americans, why not start by cutting your wireless bill in half right now with Pure Talk's Saver Plan? It's easy. You'll get unlimited talk, text, and 3 gigs of high-speed data on a super-fast, nationwide 5G network for just $20 a month. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Ho, ho, ho! And if you're active or former military or a first responder, you'll save an additional 20% every single month. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe for the gift that keeps on saving from America's wireless company. Pure Talk.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99. It includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 5-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. With today's matchup, that's John doing this.
We are down here at Mile High Station. Chad, I know that the bar across the street, it's a bunch of what they call themselves Bill's Mafia. I'm sure they're jumping through tables or doing whatever they do over there. It's a nice sea of blue and orange overall. Bills fans are going to travel. You know they're going to do it. You know, Wyoming's going to come down, go Rams. That's one reason to win this game today is to shut Josh Allen up for what he said when he got his number retired in Wyoming earlier this year. But no, the energy is great. The city's excited. I used to tell Zach unrelated to him being a Bills fan, just generally, When the Broncos are good, this city has a whole different energy to it.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting experience, I think, for him in there today, and what that's like. And I like all the orange I'm seeing, and it's a lot more orange than normal, and a lot more orange than the blue or the whites today. Right. Maybe it's because people wear hunting gear to stay warm. But the Zach experience is going to be fascinating today in the stadium. And I'm really interested to see how much of the fan base is really into the day-to-the-day lead-up the way we are in this business following it, because Sean Payton has asked them to be loud when they get into the huddle. And that's just not, a normal, natural thing in a stadium. People are always, when they get to the line of scrimmage, and that's the way it's just always been in football. So I'm interested in seeing how much of the people in Broncos country that are in the building actually pay attention to that stuff during the week and respond in that manner.
So I remember in 2011, before the Tebow Steelers game, because of 2005 Steelers fans are here, John Fox said, don't sell your tickets to Steelers fans. And it looked like it kind of worked, so hopefully they're paying attention. Get loud in the huddle. Sean just told everybody that's what screws everybody loud in the huddle, and that's going to be important today because this Bills team is not going to win a game, no disrespect to them, because the defense won it for them. If the Bills are going to win, it's going to be their offense. The defense can play great and play a large role, but this is a team predicated on the offense. It's pretty crazy when you have the leading rusher in the NFL, who when you watch him looks like the leading rusher in the NFL, yet he's almost an afterthought because of how good the quarterback plays. But Josh Allen could have a mediocre game. You talked about this for last year's game. He could play mediocre, and the Bills could still dominate because James Cook is that good.
They were the leading rushing team in the NFL with 2,714 yards. They averaged 159.6 yards per game running the football. Hey, Sean Payton, turns out you can score points by running the football. They scored over 28 a game. He may not like it, but there's more than one way to skin a cat. You can do it that way, and the Bills do it that way because James Cook is really, really good at it, and Josh Allen is pretty darn good at it. You saw last week when it counted on those short downs, he made them count. They're going to run the ball, and I think in some ways it could end up benefiting the Broncos if they do the same, because that would provide the opportunity to really shorten this game. And if the people out there pushing the Josh Allen narrative and the destiny, and he's going to be the best player on the field, and he's the best quarterback left, well, then just give him a lot fewer chances to hurt you.
Yeah.
And let's only have 7 possessions for each team in the game, 8 possessions for each team in the game, and then let's see what happens when you have Will Lutz on your side, when you have 5 guys that can outrun their defense, and it only takes 1 or 2 big plays to make a difference in the score of the game. So let's do it that way.
Yeah, and that's not that I try to bring him up all the time, but when the Broncos had the number 1 offense, Belichick took away the pass against the Broncos and let Noshawn run for like 180 yards. But it was the same thing. It's kind of reverse here. It's like, what do we take away? And maybe today it's best let them run and kind of do that between the 20s stuff you and I talk about. Don't get caught up between the 20s, and then maybe keep them out of the end zone when they get down there. Because the plan cannot be we're going to 3-and-out these guys all day. That's just not – it's not possible. So if you mentally prepare for this is what we're stopping. So that's a good question. And we'll ask Mike Kliss this because he had a tweet about it earlier this week. Do you try to make Josh Allen pass so you can hit him? And you stack the box, you take away the run, and you say none of these receivers can do much against our secondary? We like that matchup? Or do you say we're just not going to let Josh Allen get cooking, and you guys can run this thing all over the 20s you want? And that's kind of where I'm caught up. I don't know. That's how dynamic this Bills offense can be, even with receivers out, is they've got a few different ways. So you kind of got to pick which one you're more comfortable with going against.
It's kind of the comparison we talked about in the last segment of quarterbacks getting it done in very different ways. Do you think anyone in the Buffalo Bills building this week said, yeah, we want Josh to throw it 40 times?
No, great question.
They don't want that to happen.
Yep.
If he's throwing it 43 times like he did in whichever playoff game that was that they lost, that's not a recipe for success for Buffalo. They don't want that to happen. So you can say all you want. He is easily the most talented quarterback left and has the most skins on the wall, the most playoff experience, and the most dangerous guy. His own team doesn't want him throwing it 40 times.
Right. And that's just the whole thing. This year, Bo Nix and Josh Allen had the same amount of touchdown throws. Bo had 200 more attempts than Josh Allen did. I mean, it's like crazy. Now, the interceptions were wrong, so that kind of leans better towards Bo. But the point there is, I think you're right. They want to dominate there. I'm just very fascinated to see. I think when it comes back to, and they've got some good tight ends. I know they have receivers out, but the Bills have some good tight ends. The main thing here today, I think, with the Broncos just overall against the Bills today, where you and I kind of land, whether it's stopping the run, whether it's getting after the quarterback, play to your strengths. Unleash Benito. Unleash Jonathan Cooper. Unleash Zach Allen. Let Drake Greenlaw lay guys out. Let Hufanga roam and hit somebody for going over the middle. Don't try to keep it in front of you and play scared until you're forced to do that.
Look, if I have a football team that goes 14-3 and 2 of the 3 losses are on last-second walk-off field goals, and I'm not confident enough to do what I've done the whole year in the postseason, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Like, that is a major red flag and a problem. That means that you yourself don't believe in the record you put up and what you did. The Broncos need to believe that they're real. They need to believe that what they did to get here works and will work against good teams and great quarterbacks. And I just hope that they trust in that and go out and do what they have done all year. And if he beats you, he beats you. And look, if he truly is far and away the best, not just quarterback, the best player left in the playoffs, and he can flip games and decide games single-handedly, and you think that the NFL is vulnerable to that happening the way that, like, the NBA is with the best player, if you just think that's the case and he can do it on his own and it's destiny for him to be there, well, then fine, the Bills are going to win. I don't believe the NFL works that way. I don't think one guy is going to be able to do that when the Broncos across the board look to be stronger in every other unit.
Their wide receivers are hurt. They're down Gabe Davis. They're down Shavers. I know they're getting Curtis Samuel back today. But the Broncos, you've got to like that. The middle of the field with the tight ends, that's a hard matchup.
If Dalton Kincaid is out there, Knox is a problem, and we know it can be a problem, but they may not have 2 of them.
And you drafted Jahdae Barron. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's a jack of all. He's the Joker on defense. I'm going to be honest real quick. Whenever they talk about Joker, I have no idea what they're talking about. I don't know what it means. And I don't know if anybody else does either.
It's the cards you can play in any circumstance.
And with that, Jahdae Barron played decent on tight ends this year. That's a name I think to look out for this year. He's been able to fly under the radar. They've been able to kind of bring him along at their pace. But this time of year is where something unexpected, players unexpected, need to step up. And somebody on defense today, outside of the big names, it's one thing that we saw early on in the year that made them so good, was a DeAndre Tillman play. You know, a Jonah Ellis. That's a guy we haven't mentioned. That's a guy that could cause some problems. His athleticism, his ability to, his closing speed on a guy like Cook or Josh Allen, that could be a big one. Sternad, it's got to be somebody else. But, Chad, you know what would really mess with the Bills early on in this game? I'm not predicting it because it's probably not likely. If Riley Moss can pick off Josh Allen. He puts himself in position.
Look, the receiver could slip at the line of scrimmage, and Josh could throw it out to where he's supposed to be, and Moss could be standing by himself. If he picks him off, they're going to throw a flag.
He could not even be on the field.
You're not only dealing with Riley Moss's reputation, you're dealing with Josh Allen's reputation being the guy that threw it.
They'll be like, that can't be right.
It's
not. I don't think there's any turnovers today, by either team. I think this is a turnover-free game by both teams, and that's why the Broncos on defense have to execute from a discipline standpoint.
I'll say it better be from the Broncos end. They better not turn it over and be rusty because they've only played one game against largely backups in 23 days.
That is a concern of mine. But they are healthy. The Bills aren't healthy. There's a lot of players to talk about with the Bills. Only one real name to talk about the Broncos. But we have our injury report on the Fan Football Pregame Show, and we do that next.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Since 1985, Poppy's has been South Denver's neighborhood gathering place where familiar faces, great meals, and hospitality come together. Craving tender, slow-roasted prime rib? That's the house specialty, and we've got it every night. Looking to unwind? Stop in for happy hour from 2 to 6 for unbeatable drink and appetizer specials. And don't miss our weekend brunch served every Saturday and Sunday. Come see what Denver has known for years. Poppy's is the place to meet.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Between groceries, travel, and higher prices, it's easy to feel overwhelmed, especially if you're already relying on credit cards to cover the basics. If that debt is piling up, you're not alone. If you're a homeowner, you might have considered reaching out to American Financing, but hesitated because you don't want to give up your low mortgage rate. That's why American Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, a simple, smart way to get your finances back on track without giving up your low mortgage rate. Unlike a HELOC, which can fluctuate with the market, the Smart Equity Loan offers a fixed rate, so you'll have one predictable monthly payment. It lets you use your home's equity to pay off high-interest debt, free up your cash flow, and still keep your existing mortgage intact. There are no upfront fees to find out how much you can save. Call 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Previewing today's matchup, here's John Davis and Chad Andrus.
Broncos getting ready to kick off in a little more than an hour. 2:30 kickoff. Divisional round against the Buffalo Bills. And it is now time for our injury report presented by Flanagan Law. We got Joe behind the glass. Joe, you've got the Bills inactives for today. Who do we got?
What? No, I don't. I'm kidding. We have linebacker Terrell Bernard. We have safety Jordan Poyer. That's good news. We have running back Ty Johnson. So, if James Cook happens to slip on something. We have cornerback Maxwell Hairston. We have tackle Tylen Grable. We have defensive tackle Fedarian Mathis. How is that easier to say? And tight end Kaliki Latu.
Awesome. So that's the Bills right there. We say, who's the cornerback again? Did you say, Joe?
Maxwell Hairston.
Yeah, Hairston. That's a big one. He's not one of their starting corners, but it's like a Jaquan McMillan. He plays over 50% of the snaps. So that and Poyer, you talk about the Broncos already having a speed advantage. They're also down a couple of guys today, the Bills are. So with that, yes, you got to run the ball, you got to dominate, but you know me, Chad. I love the intermediate game. And the intermediate game, I'm talking those 15 to 20-yard plays, those should be available today.
Yeah, and it also limits the pass rush, right? When you get it out quick, which you can throw it for something that will move the chains. So good opportunity there. What is not noted, that means Ed Oliver is back
Ed Oliver's
in the middle and will help definitely against the run. A.J. Epinesa, who was limited in practice this week, should be there to rush the passer. Also, Daquan Jones, a defensive tackle. So those guys not on that report should be out there playing today.
And Joe pointed out it is Ty Johnson, the running back, the backup running back, not playing. They elevated Frank Gore Jr. this week, so that actually is something to watch. Obviously, Cook's going to get the bulk of the carries, but he may get more carries. You might be able to wear him out a little bit more. Denver Broncos inactives.
You're going to love hearing this list. Sam Ehlinger, the third quarterback, Reese Taylor, Kareem Reed, Q Robinson, Elijah Moore, Caleb Lohner, Savion Jones. So nothing of major note. Of course, obviously Brandon Jones is not listed on there, and I think that is probably the one you're not talking about an inactive today because it's a longer-term injury.
And Wattenberg.
And Luke Wattenberg, who would be eligible to come back in the AFC Championship game if the Broncos are to win today. Those are the two guys. But in terms of the inactives, nothing major, not any big names there for the Broncos. And I think in relation to that, with the Brandon Jones point, P.J. Locke has got to be solid today.
He had a rough go of it last year when we played the Bills. And he's had kind of a rough go of it since he's been inserted in the lineup. So this is a game, P.J., we don't need you to pick six. Maybe we just don't need to hear your name. Like, if we don't hear P.J. Locke's name today, that's probably a good thing, unless he's making a tackle. Brandon Jones, that's one that individually he's not the best guy on the Broncos defense, but what he does makes all the other guys the best guys on the Broncos defense. Him not being there is hard. Dre Greenlaw did not even have an injury designation yesterday, neither did John Franklin Myers, so I think the expectation there is full go. The middle of the field should generally overall be taken care of for the Broncos today.
Yeah, I would hope so. The Greenlaw impact that we were hoping for this season, I think only reared its head a couple of times, and people were, maybe hoping for more. At least I was. I think today is a day maybe you can really feel the impact of that against a team that loves to run the football up the middle. So it caters right to him being a thumper at the line of scrimmage, and hopefully he can have an impact there. One other area, John, that I think could really decide this game and tilt it in the Broncos' favor. I think Deion Dawkins is going to be okay against the pass rush and Nick Benito at their left tackle.
Yeah. He's a good player.
Their right tackle, Spencer Brown. I think Jonathan Cooper. I think, whether it's Jonah Ellis, whoever is out there, I think they can put a hurting on him. I think they can cause a lot of havoc in that area. And if the Broncos are who they can be, if they play to their potential as a front seven on defense, I think that is an area that they can exploit.
Well, and who else lines up over there? Zach Allen. And that's one of those, you got to get him so concerned with eating up Zach Allen and him taking up two guys the way Derek Wolfe used to do with Von Miller, to where Cooper, and if they switch him, John Franklin Myers, if guys are moving around, Franklin Myers, because, I wouldn't be surprised with that if Benito ends up going to the other side. if they need him to today.
But this is the area, like this is the one guy I'm singling out. I mean, how many years did Broncos country complain about holding 72, Garrett Bowles, or false start in the early years? Spencer Brown is the guy I'm singling out today that will jump, that will have holding calls if you start to cause problems for them in the huddle, with the play calls, with the snap count. Like, that is an area that could make a difference in the game.
Treat it like how Brady Manning used to find the rookie corner, and they're like, I'm throwing at him, and create as much problems there. One name that's not on the inactives, it's very interesting. I'm going to have you restate it in case people are just tuning in. The Broncos offensively have an advantage in speed in the wide receiver position. You know who was elevated and not on the inactives? Elijah Moore. They elevated him this week. He's fast. He's very fast. He played 9 games with the Bills this year. They elevated him.
That would be a little Sean Payton Easter egg, wouldn't it?
Yeah, guy hasn't played a snap for the Broncos since they brought him in. He's fast.
Is this the Michael Bandy touchdown?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because, the Bandy touchdown play with Elijah Moore. But that's just an interesting one. Kind of some gamesmanship there a little bit. But they're elevating him. And he did say this week, Elijah, they brought him in, and he told him. He's like, I told him everything I knew. And so, but with that, one advantage there might be Elijah Moore being so fast might say, hey, I used to go against this guy in practice. I smoke this dude every time I go against him.
Or just the mere fact of they know if they see him out there that they don't have anybody that can run with him.
Yeah.
Like, they know that for a fact. You know, you'd think you might want to keep a guy like that on your roster.
So that might be and then they claimed that Broncos, I'm blanking his name, Broncos receiver, he was with us about half the year. His name starts with a T. He was special teams. They ended up cutting him when they kind of revamped. Say that again, Joe.
Trent Sherfield?
Trent Sherfield, that's what it is. Thanks, Joe. Trent Sherfield, the Bills claimed this week, so they might have been trying a little bit, but I don't think Sherfield was quite as important there. So the Broncos bringing Elijah Moore up this week. Very interesting wrinkle to watch.
There are not even odds offered on an Elijah Moore touchdown.
Is that right? You can't even do it?
You could bet Reggie Gilliam to score a touchdown at 5,000 to 1.
Who's that?
Or McCole Hardman.
They did. The Bills elevated Mecole Hardman
or
this
Frank
week.
Gore Jr., but you cannot even find a number on Elijah Moore.
That's pretty wild. But with that, that was our injury report presented by Flanagan Law. You focused on healing. They'll take care of the rest. Chad, we're getting close to game time. The Broncos kind of have the advantage right there with with the injuries. They had the advantage with the injuries against the Colts this year, and they got beat, so it's not absolutely everything. But we will get updates as the Broncos head into this game against the Bills, and we will get them from our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, and Mike will join us next.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last. Call us once, you'll forget the past.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Football fans, playoff season is here, and Foundation Chevrolet is kicking off with the Start the Year and Drive sales event. Catch a ride to the playoffs in an all-new Chevy Silverado. Built tough, powerful off the line, and ready for every mile-high touchdown. Together, let's drive. Go Gridiron, go big, big savings. Go Foundation. See us in Wheat Ridge or visit FoundationChevrolet.com and catch a ride.
Foundation rules.
Done right kitchens, baths, finished basements, windows, and doors. Brand new year? How about a brand new room or rooms? Hi, Dan Cicchini here. All new kitchen layout and a beautiful new look with a professionally designed total kitchen replacement or possibly a renew of that outdated kitchen with our own unique cabinet refacing and new countertops. Oh yeah. And Todd, what about those other special spaces?
Well, Dad, leaky, moldy, ugly bathrooms? Oh boy, not a space to feel good about. We can help with turnkey shower replacement and more if the entire room needs updated. And is your dingy basement just asking to become an awesome lower level? We'll handle it all start to finish.
All right, Todd. With great pricing options available and bank financing, our schedule's filling fast. Since 1985, kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, windows, and doors. Done right. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Come see us at drhi.com. Thanks.
Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Previewing today's matchup, here's John Davis and Chad Andrus.
We are now joined ahead of kickoff at 2:30 by our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. And Mike is presented to us by Fitness Gallery. Mike, happy divisional round to you.
Hey, right on. Thanks. I can't wait, guys. It's, when you get to the playoffs, I forgot how much the over-analysis and the hype and the opinions and the predictions amp up. I mean, everyone has an opinion on what's going to happen. It's get to the game already.
Yeah, it really is get to the game today, Mike. Mike, I'll start here. Which matchup do you like better for the Broncos? The Broncos defense against that Bills offense that's run heavy? Or do you like the Broncos offense against that Bills defense that struggles against the run?
Yeah, I think the key to those two would be as good as the Denver defense is. Josh Allen and the Bills are still going to move the ball and probably score into the 20s. The key is the Broncos offense against a pretty weak Bills defense. The Broncos offense has to bring it today. Has to have one of their better games. Bo has to have one of their better games, and they have to run the ball because the Bills are a sieve at times against the run. So I do think it's going to be one of those games where there's points scored, like a 28-27 game versus a 20-17. That's the way I see it today. So the offense has to pick it up here now that the Broncos are in the playoffs.
Mike, I look at Jaleel McLaughlin inactive all those games when Dobbins was available, but to end the season, 7.4 yards per carry against Jacksonville, 5.7 against Kansas City, 6.8 against the Chargers. Against this Bills defense, could this be the statement breakout game for Jaleel McLaughlin?
I mean, maybe, but I still think Harvey will be the starter and get the bulk of the carries. I think Jaleel is still, and this is me, I know there's been some other people who want to see more Jaleel. I still think less is more with Jaleel. He gets 7.4 yards per carry because he's getting 5 or 6 carries. If you give him 10 to 12, that yards per carry is going to come down. So he's a change of pace. He flashes. He gives you a boost, some nice juice. But the more you use him, the more I think you get diminishing returns. So maybe they use him a little bit more, but I still don't think more than Harvey.
And Mike, as you know, you're not. None of us fans, media, are reacting to anything if we're not overreacting. The Chargers game, a lot of people didn't love the performance in that game, last game of the season. Others felt Sean was being kind of purposely vanilla on that. What's the sense you got from the Broncos in that game? Were they just looking to get out of there with a win, not show a lot, or was there kind of some frustration with how it laid out?
More the latter. It had nothing. They weren't holding anything back.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous. Holding plays back because you don't want to show in case you play the Chargers again in a couple weeks. It was a conservative game plan based on what Sean Payton was seeing. He saw. And this goes back to the Chiefs game too. It was the same. It was the exact same thing. The Chiefs had a number 3 quarterback, Oladokin. The Chargers had a number 2 quarterback, Trey Lance, who's done nothing since he's been the number 3 overall draft pick 4 or 5 years ago. And so Sean Payton had the strategy of the only way the Broncos can lose this game is if the Broncos lose it themselves through turnovers. And so he played it very conservatively. It was a low-risk game plan. I do think he was disappointed in the performance. He said that on Monday, I believe, that he'd like to say that he was holding things back, but that wasn't true. They just didn't execute very well. But still, there were no shots downfield. And he would blame the 2 deep safety and the shell looks that the Chargers and the Chiefs played. And so it was very inch by inch, kind of turtle ball type of strategy. And maybe that will be the plan again today when you consider the Bills, how they play defense. They pretty much they don't play much run defense. They play terrific pass defense. So it could be a conservative game plan again today, although I think Sean Payton is going to want to try to take some shots early. He knows he's been conservative the last couple of wins against backup quarterbacks. This is a quarterback today that they're facing where you better put points on the board. And so he's going to need some explosive plays. And so I think he'll open it up early and then maybe rein it back in and have Bo play game manager and run the ball. That's how I think they'll go today.
Well, Mike, the people who have criticized the Broncos offense have been critical because of the lack of those explosive plays. But isn't this a matchup with the team speed? And I'm talking specifically about Harvey, Franklin, Mims, and even Bo with his legs, that the Bills don't have anybody on defense that can run with any of those guys.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know the Bills' defense very well. Tre'Davious White, the cornerback, is really good. They lost Poyer. I think DeMar Hamlin will be back there at safety. They burned him they did burn him last year on the opening series. We remember next to Franklin, and so they got behind him then. And they're more banged up, the Bills are, on defense. So, the thought is the Broncos are going to be able to gouge them, gash them in the running game. And what happens in the passing game, it'll have to be play action. It'll have to be run first, I guess. And but they got to push the ball downfield some. And we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. I think. The Denver defense and Josh Allen, I just can't wait. I guess the excitement of this game to me, besides it being playoff and one and done, and I mean, just to watch Josh Allen with your own two eyes, that's going to be fun to see.
Hopefully it's more fun than it was last year watching Josh Allen play in the playoffs. Mike, what's the sense you get around the team as far as, are they feeling like they're being counted out like they were all year? A sense of, hey, we're the number one seed, nobody believes in us, they've got something to prove? Or is it kind of like a steady confidence in there and maybe the panic is outside the building, but like kind of the entire Sean Payton era, when everybody else is panicking, that's when things kind of stay on the tracks?
Yeah, it's more the latter there. I don't think I haven't sensed they've been a big, we're underdogs, we'll show you type of team this year. First of all, they're not underdogs.
Right.
I know that was they got asked about that quite a bit on Tuesday, but by the time practice was over and the media session was over, they were favorites. They went from 1.5 underdog to 1.5 favorite. So they can't use that, although, it seems like everyone in sports always uses that. But mostly it's a confident team. They think they're real good, and their record says they are real good. They also think that I think a lot of the confidence this team has is some of the ways they've won this year, where it's looked pretty bleak in the fourth quarter on 3 or 4 occasions, and they wound up winning anyway. And that tells you that's a remarkable confidence you have, that at no point in the game, no matter how much you're down, you feel like you can still win. And that's because of Bo Nix. That's because of the mental toughness that Sean Payton has instilled. But you sense that with every player you talk to.
Mike, the Broncos are the healthier team. They're the more rested team. If there was any concern about something going wrong, because they've really only played one game in 23 days against largely offensive backups in that contest, about rust, where would it be?
Yeah, I think that is a concern. I do think one of the concerns is, these bye weeks, and I've seen the bye week blues. I think it's been real. It can go either way. Either the rested team can come out firing and be sharp and be ready to go, or it can just not have it. It can misfire. And, the two worst gut-punching defeats in Broncos history were 96 playoff against Jacksonville and 2012 playoffs against Baltimore. In both cases, the Broncos had bye weeks. They were heavily favored in the divisional round. Should have won, but didn't have it. Didn't play well, and lost both those games. So, yeah, you gotta worry about that. I don't know what the answer to it is. Sean Payton did practice them a couple times last week. He put the pads on, which is a little unusual for when you're in the playoffs to put the pads on. He put the pads on Tuesday for these guys, just to kind of knock off some of that rust. So we'll see if that method works.
Mike, last one real quick. Elijah Moore, elevated. He played, I think, 9 games with the Bills. He's not on the inactives. Is this just they like the matchup with him? Was the info good enough to where they threw him a jersey for the game today? Do you know anything that went behind the Elijah Moore elevation today?
He is inactive.
Oh, he is inactive.
So,
okay, he is inactive.
He's inactive, and Caleb Lohner are inactive. So basically, they were financial rewards. They got him game checks.
Okay.
Caleb Lohner gets a game check for being a good soldier, a draft pick who was on the practice squad all 18 weeks. And Elijah Moore, he's got 209 career catches. He had his options on where he could have played. He chose, after the Bills waived him, and I'm sure the Bills wish they still had him with all the injuries they had.
Yeah,
but
they do.
He signed 6 weeks ago and hasn't been active. But the Broncos gave him a little inducement, a little sweetener with the paycheck, just to say thanks for signing. So they've done that periodically over the year. They've done that with Ellinger a couple times. They've done that, I believe, with Mercedes Lewis a time or two. It's just something that they do. They promise. I think they maybe really sell. They have some selling points to get the guys to come here, and then if it doesn't quite work out the way the sales pitch was, they try to offset it by giving them a few extra dollars.
Awesome. Thanks for clarifying that for us, Mike. And also enjoy the game today, and hopefully we're talking to you next week.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks. That was our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss, presented by Fitness Gallery. Just to clarify, I had it wrong earlier. Elijah Moore inactive today.
But he was not on that list that we read that was originally posted.
Oh, really?
And then that list is now different.
So, okay. So we got it. It's on the Broncos. So Elijah Moore, and well, now they're going to lose. Keys to the game, Broncos-Bills. Chad and I do that next.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
John's Garage Doors, John's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
We got a call late New Year's Eve. A father with big plans for his family the next day said his garage door spring just snapped. He couldn't get his car out and wouldn't be able to get his family to where they needed to go. He felt stuck and alone. So we showed up fast with the right spring and the right parts to fix it right. We didn't talk about the price. We didn't wait till the morning. We fixed it right then. Because at Don's Garage Doors, it's never just about the job. It's about the person behind it. The dad, the veteran, the grandpa, the neighbor. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Doors. When you need help, we're the ones that show up. Call Don's Garage Doors today or schedule online at donsgaragedoors.com. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime because we're proud to serve the people who rely on us.
John's Garage Doors, John's Garage Doors. When it comes to garage doors, no one knows more.
Have you seen the Christmas movie It's a Wonderful Life? The one with Jimmy Stewart, who plays the part of a hometown banker named George Bailey. A banker who genuinely cared about others. Even though it was made nearly 80 years ago, the core values in It's a Wonderful Life have never been more important in today's world. This is Glenn Jameron. I'm president of the Alpine Bank family, member FDIC. George Bailey believed in being fair, showing respect, and genuinely caring about others. Fairness, compassion, and respect are at the very core of Alpine Bank. It's who we are. Caring bankers do exist. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado, and you.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and you can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-3333, 720-944-3333. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Live from Mile High Station, it's the Fan Football Pregame Show on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Previewing today's matchup, here's John Davis and Chad Andrus.
It's starting to clear out here in Mile High Station. It's because we're about 45 minutes away from kickoff. We got the NFL Network up. They just showed Josh Allen warming up before pregame. Yeah, he looks so hurt. I think he's going to be fine today, and I think the Broncos prepared for him to be just fine today. But, Chad, they're playing that Wu-Tang Clan triumph. That means it's time for keys to the game. Chad, I think I'm going to not say hit Josh Allen. I think we both know hit Josh Allen today. A big one for me. It's been frustrating within recent weeks with this team. You got to catch the ball. No drops today. Maybe it's a lot to ask. No drops from a team because I think every team has them. Cortland Sutton specifically. If Bo gives you the ball, Evan Ingram, you're the two biggest playmakers, I think, catching it intermediate yards after the catch, specifically Ingram. If Bo gives you a good ball, you got to catch it and you got to make something out of it. We can't do that whole thing today where you drop a good catch and then clap your hands like you're all frustrated, like, oh, I'll get him next time. No, just catch it. Just catch the ball, no drops. It should be run heavy, but when the passes are there, these guys got to catch the ball.
Yeah, and hopefully the passes are there.
Right. Yep.
You know, I know they're two different things, but there have been enough times this year where the passes weren't there, and then when you combine that, the drops when they are, it becomes problematic. So, understood, you know, there's a large part of the season where the Broncos were second only behind Jacksonville in drops. For me, it is the pass rush against Spencer Brown on the defensive side, because I think you've got to force Josh Allen into quicker decisions, and you've got to force him into situations where he's throwing on the move or throwing under duress. And I think they have an opportunity to get to him at that tackle spot on the right side. And it's going to be the biggest indicator, I think, early as to how the Broncos are playing this Bills offense and what they're capable of doing against it.
Yeah, that's a big one, and I think I'll take that to a larger point with a key to the game is they're going to move the ball. They're a great offense. They're the number one rush offense in the league. I think you've got it. They lead in time of possession.
33 minutes a game, yeah. And the alarming stat last year in that loss in Buffalo, the Bills had the ball for almost 42 minutes of the 60 in the game. And
that's as much of an offensive failure as it is a defensive failure. When you can't get off the field, but then when the offense is there, you put the defense right back out there. Today, defensively, hit him. And I don't say hit him. I don't care. Not just Josh Allen. Make it hurt every time. Make it miserable for them every time. Yeah, they gained 5 yards, but that guy put a hit on me. And that goes more so from the mentality from the coaching and from the team. It's not we're not going to play scared. We're not going to keep it in front of us. It's no, hit that guy. And I'm not saying play dirty. Don't do that. But Josh Allen, he should get hit. Every time you've got a clean look at him, he should be hitting the ground. So because you just got to make him uncomfortable. The guy's going to play really well. Specific because it's cold, if that hand is bothering him and you can get that hand, he goes to the ground and just hit it, it's going to make him uncomfortable. Again, nothing dirty. I'm not doing bounty gate here. But what I am saying is play physical, play with what got you there.
Yeah, you want to see Rocky versus Apollo.
Yeah.
You want to see Hagler versus Hearns, not a Floyd Mayweather sit back and play defense and not get touched the whole game.
That's it. You want
to see them hit each other. And I'm on board with that, and that's the way it should be in the divisional round of the playoffs. I want to see how injured he is. Right. Let's see. Let's see if it starts to hurt a little bit. And you've mentioned this game in and game out consistently all season of how it wears on quarterbacks and running backs when Zach Owen and Jonathan Cooper land on them.
Yep.
Throw Dre Greenlaw into that mix when those guys collide as opposed to just a tackle. Right, and that's no slight to Alex Singleton or Justin Strnad or anybody else making a tackle, but it is different when those bigger guys hit you and land on you. Well, let's see. Let's see if Josh Allen really is, Superman and the big, strong, tough guy that can stand up to anything. Let's make him prove it. I agree 100% on that. Completely opposite of that, it's what I've been saying this entire show, this entire week, and we don't get to say it very often. The Broncos have a team speed advantage and big play capability against this Bills defense. They have Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims and R.J. Harvey and Jaleel McLaughlin and Bo Nix that can all utilize their legs for huge chunk plays, if not long scoring plays, that Buffalo is going to have a hard time running with these guys. So get them the ball in space, and that includes Bo.
Do you know what it would do to them? Because you know how I feel about Marvin Mims. Okay, I'm going to do it. Use Marvin Mims is a straight-up wide receiver, not a gadget guy. Because to your point with the speed, what it will do to them if Mims can be getting 5 to 6 yards and then Franklin's deep. And what that'll do, and then there's a double move from Mims, and now he's open deep. Initially, how much that'll set the Bills back if you do it. And it should be run heavy today, but that should open up the passing game. Treat these guys like they've been in the league for 2 seasons now. 3 for Marvin Mims. Troy Franklin's been in the league 2 seasons. Give them the opportunity today to do that. And that's my big thing with Marvin Mims. This sounds weird. If Marvin Mims gets 8 to 9 targets, I think they win. And I think that's because he's finding a way. Targets beyond the line of scrimmage. Let me be clear about that. But that goes into my next thing is downfield throwing, intermediate passing. That's a really big one for me with the Broncos. I love the intermediate. I love the drives that are 5 to 6 yards, 5 to 6 yards, 5 to 6 yards. With Poyer out, the backup got exposed quite a bit last week. That was a really high-powered offense with Jacksonville, but there's going to be opportunities. Buffalo might be forced to go 2 high safeties, leave a lot in the middle. Take advantage of what's over the middle for you today.
And Buffalo doesn't offer anything special in terms of a pass rush. The Broncos have given Bo Nix more time to throw than any quarterback in the league.
Right.
So you have time for those intermediate and those deep shots.
Yeah. Do you got another key?
Be patient and run the damn ball. What I always say. I think patience and ball control, if you limit the possessions in this game and play it close to the vest the way the Broncos have won all season, then it puts all the pressure on the Bills, on the road, with the expectations, with the weight on Josh Allen's shoulders in a place that the Broncos have proven they're comfortable in. So if you can shorten this to 7 or 8 possessions for each team and be able to run the ball effectively. I disagree with Mike Kliss. I think Jaleel McLaughlin is a guy that they have actively held back, seeing how effective he can be, and he can be a difference maker. I'm not doubting that Harvey will still be the starter and may still get the bulk of the carries, but I think the effectiveness is going to come when you run Jaleel McLaughlin.
I agree. I completely agree with that. Jaleel's a guy, it's kind of like what we talked about with the pass rush. Run Jaleel till you can't, until they say this is not the guy. I think Jaleel should be the guy getting the bulk of the carries, and that allows you to use R.J. Harvey in the passing game where he is more effective. Last one today, Prater might be a little banged up. Lutz is the better kicker. This could come down to extra points and field goals today. Do not miss. Let them to be the ones to miss it. And I think the kicking game is just super important today.
Yeah, let the former Bronco, Prater, be just like Brandon McManus was in losing a game last week for the Packers, and let the current Bronco make all the kicks. Yeah, that sounds great to me. My last one, I have to give a shout-out, a nod to Zach Bye attending the game of his life today. Been an enormous week for him growing up in the Buffalo area and being a Bills fan, and then purchasing tickets way ahead of time for this game, not knowing
before we knew
who the opponent would be, and it ends up being Josh Allen coming here. He and Phil had an amazing breakdown at one point this week. With the Bills on short yardage and how effective they were against the Jaguars, but how effective they've been all year on 3rd or 4th and 4 or less, that I think they were the number 5 offense in the NFL in those short yardage situations, and a lot of that is because they can effectively run the ball with both the running back and the quarterback. The Broncos were the number 8 defense in those situations. So you've got to win the short yardage 3rd and 4th and 4 battles. And again, credit Zach, credit Phil for bringing that up. I thought that was a great point. But if you can win that point of attack and hold them to 50% in that area instead of 70 or 80, you got a much, much greater chance of winning.
I'm going to give you one last key to the game based on what you said. And yeah, Zach and Phil, the whole station did a great job this week. You get 1 4th down stop. They're going to go for it at some point today. And you stop them.
And you know the quarterback sneaks are almost automatic if it's less than 3 yards.
Yeah, so you stop that. And because that's what stifled the Bills in the AFC Championship game last year. Is they tried to tush push and they never adjusted. So, Chad, we're about 35 minutes away from kickoff, 2:30 in Power Field, Broncos-Bills divisional round of the playoffs. We give our final thoughts and our predictions, and we do all of that next.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. And people say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers. The #1 wiper blades in America.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu, the daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. And let me tell you, I love numbers. 1040s, 1099s, W-2s, all of them. With TaxSlayer, anyone can file a federal return for just $22.99. You'll get 100% accuracy and your biggest possible refund guaranteed. Now those are great numbers. Need help along the way? We've got US-based real human support. File by February 8th for just $22.99 and get the refund you deserve. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The Broncos, I think, were the first team to use it as like a pump-up song, like 3 years later, and now it's everywhere. That rapper actually passed away. Rest in peace to Archie Eversole. But, Chad, been interested to get your thoughts on this. I didn't even text you about it because I wanted to know your thoughts kind of in real time. It's something we talked about a little bit earlier today. But this week, Sean Payton's demeanor was very, reflective. And he kind of seemed to be looking at he talked about talking to his players about the end will come at some point, and talked about he's got to be quicker than maybe he did. And he acknowledged not driving in the rain at night as you get older, and he doesn't want to be there. I think Sean realizes something you have pointed out. He may have better teams in Denver than this one, but he may not have a better opportunity in Denver than this one right here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the same narrative that the national media has been applying to Josh Allen. He's had better teams, but they think this is his best chance because Lamar Jackson's not there and Patrick Mahomes isn't there and Joe Burrow isn't there, right? So it's the same thing that applies to the Broncos, and in particular Sean Payton is, maybe he'll continue to grow and be better with Bo Nix and this team, but you're not going to get the breaks you got this year repeatedly season after season. When you're down going to the fourth quarter and it hasn't looked good all game, the defending Super Bowl champion Eagles aren't going to bend over backwards in 4 different ways to help you get back into the game and win it.
Right.
When you're shut out going to the fourth quarter against the New York Giants at home and it looks like you're not going to score, you're not going to put up 1,000,000 points in the fourth quarter again. You're not going to do this every single year.
You're not going to get that Dallas defense in the middle of the year.
You're not going to play, the Chiefs being out of playoff contention with Patrick Mahomes injured. There are situation after situation in the way things have fallen for the Broncos. And this is kind of the story of the season. And Mike Rice was talking about it this morning, how it doesn't matter what happens from here on out. It's already a wild, raving success for him this season. Ooh. And he's already marked that down. Nothing can change his mind on that. And I understand where he's coming from because they're the number 1 seed. They got a bye. They won the division. They unseeded the Chiefs. There are a lot of things to be happy about. They wildly exceeded my expectations from what they did in the regular season. But expectations change once you get to that point. And that is the difference going forward. When they lost in Buffalo a year ago, what I immediately said that following week when we all talked about it is, what do you expect going forward? Right. And I said, they need to be competitive in the divisional round. That was my expectation from last year's loss moving forward into this year's. You got to find a way to not just be in the playoffs. If you're in a wild card game, you got to win it. And then you have to compete and not get your doors blown off in the divisional round. So if they compete today, they meet my goal from last year, but that expectation is very different than what I expect now. Mm-hmm. You had a home game in Week 18 to get home field advantage against a backup quarterback in offense, and you won it. You established home field. My expectation since they beat the Chiefs on Christmas night, and we're heading into that game against the Chargers, not playing against anybody, was that they play in the Super Bowl. Because the opportunity is greater to get there than it probably will be in the rest of Sean Payton's career.
Yeah, it's getting – Lamar's going to be back.
With a new coach.
With a new coach. Burrow's going to be back. Mahomes, he'll get healthy. Josh Allen is in his prime. There's going to be Justin Herbert. I mean, we'll see about the playoffs. But, I mean – the Texans always find a way under DeMeco Ryans.
Drake May.
Drake May. And then somebody's going to emerge. A team, Jacksonville's not going anywhere. We'll see if Trevor, like Herbert, they've got a lot to prove down the line. But what you say with expectations is kind of where I'm at. Is my thing last year was, okay, you snuck up last year. You're not sneaking up this year. And they far exceeded what I thought they would do. I think you and I both had them at 10-7, but I had them a bigger threat in the playoffs. I did not see 14-3. But with that, going out of Thanksgiving, heading into Thanksgiving, you were the number 1 seed, and you never lost it. And this isn't the nicest way to put it, if you're not in the Super Bowl, you choked.
I agree.
You choked. This is not we'll all look back and be like, what a year. No, I will look at this like 96. I will look at this like 2012. Like, it could not have been set up better for you, and you choked. And therefore, this season ultimately failed for what it could have been.
And that will be said of either team, whichever team loses today. They will say Josh Allen choked and can't get there, and Sean McDermott will probably lose his job, and they'll add to the list of openings, and someone will then be a new coach for him. Or the Broncos will have failed after being a clear number 1 seed that had that locked up. So it's going to apply to whoever loses this game today. But just keep in mind, if you think and I've heard this over and over again, and again, I'll bring up Zach and Phil. Love Zach to death, but he has been beating this drum of they're just beginning. It's just the start of this. This is going to go on and on and on. I'm like, Yet, how many teams are left in the NFC playoffs?
There's, 4?
Okay. How many of them are from the NFC West?
3.
Okay, that's the division you play next year. You don't get the Cowboys with their junior college defense next year.
You don't get Mariota.
Yeah.
You just don't get the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And you don't get the Giants. Who will be,
you get Mike McDonald and Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay.
And whatever they do in Arizona. You don't know. And not only that, you still got to play the Chargers. You still got to play the Chiefs. Who knows how the Raiders, they're going to redo that. And then what AFC division do they have next year? I think they got the Bills. They do. They have the East next year. So I think you're going to get Drake May and Josh Allen next year as well.
Yeah.
So you're playing half the good quarterbacks. And to your point about it keep going, in 2022, they fell short in the Super Bowl, but we thought we'd see the Bengals back within a few years.
Because of Joe Burrow.
Because they went in, they knocked off Kansas City with no problem. They got robbed the next year in the AFC Championship. Haven't been back. Injuries happen. And I think it's one of those right now, depending on Hufanga to stay healthy for a whole season again, that's big. Garrett Bowles is great. He's older. Depending on that to stay healthy for a whole season, you actually have not solved running back. Receiver's fine, but you're going to have to do something there. And tight end is still kind of an unknown. You have the O-line and the D-line. You have the pieces there, but you can only control so much. That's why you and I have met in the middle and agreed Booth and Malone screwed themselves. And it's funny that they've both been proven right this year, and if they could have just been all right. But you don't know that Victor Wembanyama is coming to the NBA and that they're going to then draft Harper and they're going to get De'Aaron Fox.
Or the Thunder are going to have 15 legit NBA players and 3 lottery picks.
Yeah, you can build the Nuggets as good as you want. They've got Wemby, and it's going to be harder. So point we're getting at here as the Broncos head into the Bills game is why get excited about anything beyond right now? Because this is the opportunity right now. You get to the Super Bowl this year, and if you win it, but you get there, the pressure and the way expectations change and the belief going forward, it's way different. And what you do for Bo Nix going forward, but you can't just get right here because then it's just a waste. They will have choked. It will have been a failure. And to me, it'll look like they were scared when they got out there. It's hard to just find out any other way. You weren't ready to go out there and take it to a team that for all intents and purposes you should beat.
Yeah, I think they are the better team. There is one glaring difference experience in the proven commodity at the quarterback position, but other than that, I think the Broncos have the advantages. And I choose to believe that one player, even when it's the quarterback, does not overcome that in the NFL. This is not basketball where one player just completely can take over and dominate the game. The Broncos should win this game and take advantage of this opportunity. And I'll take it a step further, John, when we've talked about what the ultimate goal would be or what the referendum on the season might look like. This, by all intents and purposes, is the AFC Championship game. So don't tell me that you're going to believe the Patriots or the Houston Texans are going to come in here next week and win, or you think that the Buffalo Bills are going to be scared going to New England where they go every year
and
to play
won
against that team.
And already won.
Yeah.
This year.
So, I will listen to an argument about the Houston Texans because of the respect I have for their defense, and I think C.J. Stroud is ultimately going to be a very good player. I'll listen to an argument. I'm still not picking them to win over the winner of this game.
Yeah, I don't. I think today, whoever wins, this is this was like Nuggets Thunder in the divisional round last year.
I'll walk it back a hair, and I'll just say whoever wins this game should play in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I agree. And here's what concerns me about today's game. The Broncos lost 3 games this year. First loss was to the Indianapolis Colts. Daniel Jones, a mobile guy, can hit that short pass. They were down 3 guys in the secondary. They were down a pass rusher. And Jonathan Taylor, wheel route, screen, just tore them up all game. The Colts handed the Bills the blueprint on what to go out and do today. Couple differences. Bo's playing better. Greenlaw's playing today. Brandon Jones played that game. And it's here. It's not in a dome. It's not on turf. But James Cook, when he comes out of the backfield, it's something we talked about. Hit him. Hit him every time. Just wrap him up. He's not going to get you in space as well as he is with the ball. He's not quite like Jonathan Taylor in that respect. But there is a blueprint out there for a team that was basically in this exact situation against the Broncos. And they beat him. But they beat him off a very odd, questionable call late in that game on a field goal. But with the Broncos today, James Cook can get you another way.
Broncos had the lead going to the final play of the game. Only lost because of a penalty.
Yep.
Dre Greenlaw didn't play.
Yep.
So there are a couple other factors that you could point to that very easily swings that pendulum back in the Broncos' favor. And, again, it was 4 months ago.
And I think the Colts' defense was just better coached, to be honest. I think they all year were coached.
They also were much better stopping the run.
Yes, that's a big one. And just don't be scared today. This is not all due respect. Josh Allen's unbelievable, blah, 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 blah. You know how when you're like, you got to say, I like him, and then you trash talk somebody? It's like with Dion at CU. We had to say, I like what he's doing here before you criticize him. I think it's understood everybody thinks Josh Allen is great. The Bills could go to the Super Bowl. I understand that. This is not Brady and Gronk. This is not Belichick, Brady, and Gronk. It's just not that. This is a beatable team. Don't put them on a pedestal. Don't go out there and be wowed by what they're out there doing. Go out there and say, you're a wild card. We're the number 1 seed. We're here for a reason. And show it early on. In 2013, the Broncos lost a late Thursday night game to the Chargers. They were exhausted. They got their doors blown off. Chargers came here in the divisional round, and Terrence Knighton sacked Phillip Rivers on like the 3rd play of the game. And that let them know, whatever happened, that's not what's happening today.
Roast.
Yeah, there needs to be a big play today early on from the defense, I think, that just lets them know, you're not doing what you did last year. This is different. And get after them.
I hope this is a real slobber knocker. Like, I hope this is a hard-hitting collision, like bang, bang, big hits, big tackles, big stops on both sides. Football game. I will be disappointed in the Broncos if this game turns into a shootout. I will feel that they have failed in their preparation and didn't rise to the moment if this game turns into a game that's played in the 30s.
Yeah, if it's 35-31, because then, for one, the defense failed, like outright. You can't win a game against the Bills where there's no slowing or stopping of the offense occasionally. I think that's a great point because I brought up the intermediate game. To me, this is predicated on long drives. This is predicated on reduced opportunities. There is a name somehow you and I, between the two of us, brought up all year and have not brought up today, and that's Pat Bryant. And Pat Bryant is a guy, as much as we talk about that speed, he's not a speedster. This is a 3rd and 7 guy. This is a guy with everything going on with that Bills secondary. Pat Bryant could be the guy today that they're going, we forgot about that guy. And he should have opportunities with how much the Bills have to do everything. Pat Bryant should be a guy out there with opportunities. It could be 4 catches, but it could be for 25 yards. If something like that happens and the ball's spread around, that's a really good sign for the Broncos because he's so good with possessions. Where I think he could help a lot is the Broncos have struggled in the red zone. Cortland Sutton drops the ball in the red zone. Pat Bryant should be your red zone guy today when you get down there. You should try to run it down there, but you should draw it up for a quick slant to him to at least move the ball closer to the end zone.
I hope they spread the ball around, and it goes a little bit against traditional logic of in the biggest games, the best players, the biggest players make the biggest plays, and relying on them, it goes against the logic of that because I don't want them to force the ball to Cortland Sutton because I don't think they have to. Given what the Bills defense has, given who is available out there, and given the time they've had to prepare. Like, I'm not just talking about 2 weeks since the bye. I'm talking about 23 days. Like, they've had since the day after Christmas to prepare. They were very vanilla, very dumbed down, even before that. Because
regardless of what they say.
Right, but
I agree.
Mike Kliss, even the most conservative analysis of it, was saying Sean Payton knew he was playing Chris Oladokun and Trey Lance, so he didn't need to put the ball in jeopardy or do anything too dangerous. So that is the conservative analysis of saying we dumbed it down, we were vanilla because we didn't have to be anything special, right? I don't want them to try to force the ball to Cortland Sutton because they're saying, well, it's the playoffs, so you got to go to your best guy to make the play, because I don't think they have to in this game. And that is where Pat Bryant comes in. That is where I think Jaleel McLaughlin can get the same amount of carries as an R.J. Harvey. That is where I think they have other options and make the Bills chase you everywhere. Don't let them dial in on something that's very predictable.
It's a really great point you bring up there because when you go back to the Chiefs game, the one they won at home where Mahomes played, the hero of that game, Jaquan McMillan. He got a pick. He got the big sack at the end. That's the thing is you get your big plays from other guys. When they beat the Steelers in the 97 AFC Championship, Alan Aldridge picked off Cordell Stewart in the back of the end zone. Not Atwater, not John Mobley, not one of the bigger names. It's Alan Aldridge. Darian Gordon bats down the pass in Kansas City to win. You get those big plays from all over the place, and that comes from being well coached and playing together. That said, I think we get a play from Nick Benito today where he just decided, I'm doing what I want here, and nobody's going to stop me. I think there's a big sack. It could be a strip sack. It could be a huge tackle for loss on third down. I think Benito's primed in. We saw him look really good against the Chargers, and I know the Chargers' offensive line sucks. He played with that kind of renewed fire. I think there's a play from Benito today that kind of Buffalo has no choice but just to acquiesce to what Benito wants to do.
And if it happens early, it's going to be a real good indicator.
Yeah.
Because it's the type – he's the type of player, and he can have the impact on the game that it would send a message very early. Mm-hmm. Like, it would be a very good indicator of going, you're not going to block me, so figure out what you're going to do. I guess if you want to hand it off to James Cook all day long, right, we will do what we can to keep that between the 20s. And, trot Matt Prater out there all you want, but you're not going to do anything because I'm going to be there in 2 seconds or less on every play.
And that's kind of what needs to happen. And then switch into the offensive side of the ball. This might sound crazy, and I know this isn't what happened because this is just weird. I would love it if Sean Payton told Bo Nix, I'm not giving you that bailout guy 3 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He's not even going to be standing there. You've got to go downfield. I need you to be willing. Josh Dover's brought it up. You might have to get hit. That may happen today, but I need you to throw the ball downfield. I'm not going to let you get bailed out. That's not going to happen just because of the way plays are drawn up, but it would be nice if somehow or another they forced Bo Nix, and not forcing him to do anything he can't, but he is capable. So get him in the position to show he's capable of those things. And the troubling part of the Jaguars game is when it got out of hand, the whole muscle memory regressed on that offense to screenplays and passes behind the line of scrimmage. And 3rd and 8, you're throwing for 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. You've got to find a way to not let that offense get into that panic mode and that erratic throwing. How Sean does that, I don't know, but he has to get Bo to where that's not even an option today.
Well, if you commit to running the ball on first and second down, you should have third and short and not be in those tough positions because Buffalo should not be able to stop you. If you run behind your left side of the offensive line, you should consistently get 3.5, 4, 5, 6 yards.
Do you know what it's going to do to that defensive tackle that 20 different times the ball was run to Quinn Minor's side? And he's just got to deal with Quinn Miners and pushing him back and pushing him back. It's one thing. We said it before the Chargers game. We said it before the Chiefs game. If you're expecting a blowout, that's not going to happen. They beat the good teams the same way they beat the bad teams. Stylistically, it's predicated on the center, the middle of the trenches. And it's a point you've made. They may have the better quarterback. They may have the better running back. But the Broncos are going to win the snaps in the trenches. And they're going to probably win all of them today.
The offensive line should win 70% or more.
Yeah.
And I think the defensive line has a real good chance to approach that number.
And they should get that today. And so with that said, we'll move into predictions here. We'll get to Joe, but what I want to say to that is this game should all be set up to the fourth quarter hitting. And when the fourth quarter hits, the Buffalo Bills don't want to be on the field anymore because they're huffing and puffing, much like the New York Giants were.
And they should be losing.
Yes.
They should be losing at that point.
Yeah, they should be losing. So we'll get into it right now. Joe, we're going to throw it to you, buddy. Broncos, Bills, what do you got?
Luckily, Sean Boyd and I talked about this earlier, so I mean, I was totally prepared anyway, of course. I'm going to take Broncos 24, Bills 20. I feel like it's close, but this feels like a mid-level scoring kind of game. Not super low, but not super high scoring either.
Chad, I'll go next. I got the Broncos. I know Mike thought it'd be high scoring. I don't. I think there's more sustained drives from both teams today. I just think there's reduced opportunities. It's my biggest key to the game. The Broncos have the better kicker, and I think that matters. I think everything else offsets in a weird way. Will Lutz will kick them ahead, and I think the defense gets a stop, and the Broncos win 23-20.
Yeah, both of you very, very close and very, very close on what the expected total in the game is here, and I'm right there with you. I think it's a 24-21 game that the Broncos can win, but it might be a 24-14 game that Buffalo is scrambling to try to catch up at the end. It might be a 21-21 game that Will Lutz wins at the end, which they've done a couple of times this year as well. Josh Allen is great. The rest of their team is not. And it will be a disappointment if they let Josh Allen and that offense go up and down the field on them and turn this into a high possession, high scoring game. It should only be 7 or 8 possessions for each team, but they will both be effective moving the ball on those possessions.
If Bo has 38 attempts, but they have 3 to 4 8-minute drives, that makes sense because that's a lot of plays. If they've got a lot of 3 and outs and he's got 40 attempts, the Broncos are getting boat raced today by the Bills. So it does. It has to be reduced. They can't have him throwing because Sean just threw out the playbook.
I'll challenge Sean Payton, Bo Nix. I'll challenge that offense. They should not have a 3 and out today. They should not have one. Not against this run defense.
Real quick before we get out of here, we both got the Broncos. Since we both got the Broncos, who do you got in tomorrow's AFC game?
They will be hosting the Houston Texans next week.
I think they host the Patriots, and I'm literally going off the odds. At some point, you got to lose. I'm doing that. Joe, awesome. Thanks for filling in for Alex today. Really appreciate it, Chad. Hopefully, and we think we're going to be seeing everybody next week for the AFC Championship. Join us for the Fan Football Postgame Show.
Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, believe it or not, golf season is just around the corner, and that means the newest gear and the latest tech are starting to drop. It's no care for my friends at Embers Golf. If you want to hit the ground running in 2026, now's the time to get dialed in. Book a custom fitting at Embers Golf and experience the newest equipment built to elevate your game. I know, trust me, I got set up last year, and spots fill up fast. So get in, get fit, and get ready to play your best season yet. Get everyone in the family ready for golf season at Embers Golf in Westminster. Embers Golf, ignite your game.
Basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule a free inspection with Groundworks, the foundation and waterproofing experts.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Sniffles and sneezes got you down? GoodRx is here to help with big savings on commonly prescribed cold and flu meds. GoodRx is free and easy to use. GoodRx is accepted at all major pharmacies like CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens. Just search your prescription, find a coupon, then show your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx is not insurance, but it works whether you have insurance or not. If you do, GoodRx may beat your copay price. Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com to save today.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or Albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
DenverSports.com, where Denver fans go for information, opinions, and to stream the fan. That's DenverSports.com.
When they faced a top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers. Number 10 Miami versus number 1 Indiana. Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 Eastern, with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This is TGL on ESPN, live in prime time. Come on! Join Tiger, Rory, and the PGA Tour's biggest names in a season-long head-to-head competition. Oh my! Combining the top players with advanced technology. More screens, more moving greens, more history in the making. Yes! It's golf reimagined. TGL, presented by SoFi on ESPN and the ESPN app. All of TGL, all in one place.
Nick DeLuca, moments away from the start of the divisional round. The Broncos and the Bills in Denver kicking things off. Buffalo running back Ty Johnson and linebacker Terrell Bernard both out. Defensive tackle Ed Oliver and wide receiver Curtis Samuel both activated off of IR. Earlier this week are active for that one. Kickoff coming in a couple of minutes. Followed by Seahawks and Niners at 8 Eastern. Seattle working on the latest with QB Sam Darnold. He is listed as questionable with an oblique injury that came up late in the week. Head coach Mike McDonald and Darnold both optimistic that he will be good to go, but has not thrown since Thursday when he suffered the injury. Meanwhile, the Giants have agreed and finalized a 5-year deal with new head coach John Harbaugh. Former Ravens HC was let go after 18 years and a Super Bowl title. Following the season, Harbaugh will report directly to ownership as part of his new agreement. In college hoops, number 2 Iowa State dropping their second straight game. They fall to Cincinnati 79-70. Cyclones started the season 16-0. Lost to Kansas back on Tuesday and lose again today. Milan Momcilovic's 34 not enough in the loss. Day Thomas is 19 leading the way for Cincinnati. Jizzle James adding 15 for the Bearcats. Top 20 matchup in the SEC. Number 19 Florida taking on number 10 Vandy. And it's a 4-point game with 6 seconds to go. Gators up 98-94. Big day for Ruben Shinyulu. He's got 20 points.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll react to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs and get you ready for the national championship game. It's on Sportsman 6 a.m. Eastern right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
John Harbaugh and the New York Giants are working to finalize an agreement to make him New York's next head coach.
No team was more aggressive than the New York Giants in pursuing John Harbaugh.
That's the kind of guy that the Giants wanted.
Took about 24 hours longer than maybe some Giants fans wanted. But guess what? They got their guy. They got John Harbaugh. It is game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app. Sirius XM, Channel 80. He's Tim Donnelly. I am John Michaels. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Bundle home and auto and save. Go to progressive.com. He was the biggest name on the market in my estimation. It didn't take long for him to find a new job. And we talked to somebody who covers the New York Giants, writer for The Athletic. Charlotte Carroll joins us right now here on ESPN Radio. Charlotte, what an unbelievable last couple of days for the Giants franchise to land what I consider a grand slam home run in John Harbaugh.
It's been a crazy couple of days, and Giants fans can finally breathe a little easily. News broke overnight on Wednesday. You wake up to this crazy stuff, and you're kind of on pins and needles waiting for the deal to be done. It is done. Harbaugh's the next head coach, and I know Giants fans are ecstatic.
Hey, Charlotte, Tim here. I mean, the reports, the rumors about what the holdup was all kind of point to, I don't know, some friction or some debate on what Joe Shane's role will be and who John Harbaugh will report to. Do we have any clarification on maybe was that a sticking point and what that structure will be moving forward?
Yeah, so my colleague Ian O'Connor actually just spoke with John Harbaugh, so we've got it right from the source. So he's going to be reporting to John Mara and ownership, which is a major departure from how the Giants have done things in the past. They've typically had coaches report to the GM. When asked about, the sticking points in negotiations, Harbaugh said it was building the football operations structure. The conversations with John and Chris and Joe about that were great. So they're going to get this, kind of bigger operationally, but it's going to take time. So it was kind of just, all of the details that need to be sorted out with a major contract. Was what they were working on and what this is going to look like operationally.
How much control or influence is he going to have over what the roster construction looks like?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say right now, but I think it's going to be a lot, especially if he's reporting to ownership at this point. We're going to see, what that looks like in, the draft. He's going to come into this at the right time, what player, who the kind of the debate between. We've seen at least a little precedence with, Brian Daboll and Joe Shane's relationship. When Brian Daboll wanted to go for Jackson Dart, they made the move to go up for a trade. That was Joe agreeing to that and doing that. So obviously there's kind of precedence in the partnership, but this is definitely going to be John Harbaugh's team.
Well, so since you brought him up, how much of this move and John Harbaugh's decision is because he believes in Jackson Dart as the quarterback of the future and as a guy he can win with?
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like, they spent some time together in the visit. John Harbaugh told my colleague Ian O'Connor that, they spoke 2 or 3 times at length. He said he had a heck of a rookie season. He's got the right mindset, and that's one tough dude. So I think it's a quarterback he believes he can win with. He said, Harbaugh told Ian that they believe they're going to make the playoffs. I want to make the playoffs next year. We can do that. So this is a confident Harbaugh coming into this building and the belief that things can change right away.
We're talking to Charlotte Carroll, Giants writer for The Athletic. John Harbaugh, it's official 5-year deal with the New York Giants. Last couple of days, was there any fear amongst people around the Giants organization that this wouldn't get done?
Yeah, it's kind of the ebbs and flows of a contract. I don't know about fear. I think they've always been pretty as soon as, this kind of came out Wednesday, the confidence that this was going to get done, was it 100%? I don't know. But they were all on the same page and trying to work this through. And again, it takes time to go through all the details, especially with a coach who's been around for so many decades and has a championship pedigree.
John Mara has been a legend, right? Those of us that have followed the NFL, he's been a background character for a long time. I saw Chris Mara's name, one of the sons, the VP of player personnel, senior VP of player personnel. His name pop up a lot more in this. Is there some kind of changing of the guard or passing of the torch when you look at the power structure of the Giants?
Yeah, I think that's been the underpoint and a very sensitive point to all of this. John's been battling cancer. So he's still been active. He's still been a part of these meetings, still a role. But as you said, you do see Chris's name involved in this a little bit more. Chris went down to have lunch with John Harbaugh earlier this week, about a week ago now. He was at the dinner before they all kind of departed on Wednesday together. So it's just like you see his name a little bit more involved than you have in the past, and that could predict kind of where things might go in the future.
You mentioned they have the thought that they can make the playoffs. I look just simply in your division. The Eagles took a step back this year. The Cowboys are always going to be the Cowboys, and the Commanders dealing with all the injuries they had with Jaden Daniels. How realistic is it if this team can be healthy, Malik Neighbors back, Cam Scatterboo, Jackson Dart stays healthy, that they can make a run in year one?
I think it's realistic, as you never know with the NFL, as we've seen this year, what crazy things and what we saw Mike Vrabel and what do with the Patriots, Ben Johnson do with the Bears. The health is wealth question is going to be real. Malik Neighbors' health, when we spoke with him at the end of the year, on Baggy Day, at this point, I think it was a week and a half ago, lost track of time. But, he's going to take his rehab, how his body feels. He's not in any rush, nor should he be. Will we see him week one? We don't know. But he's going to be a huge part of this roster. The Giants have the number 5 pick. The O-line has played solid. We'll see what they decide to do defensively, especially in the secondary. But there are, to quote Joe Shane, pieces on this roster that they believe they can win with.
I saw somebody describing the two great families, the Maras and the Harbaughs, these legendary football last names merging to create some kind of, Game of Thrones like super group. But also, it does kind of buck the trend of what a lot of teams are going for, right? Everybody wants the young, whiz kid offensive or defensive coordinator with all the modern ideas. How does this team with Harbaugh, old school guy, right? The New York Football Giants, kind of an old school franchise, stay up with the new kids on the block that they're going to be competing with?
Yeah, I think you're already seeing it with the kind of the change in Harbaugh reporting to ownership. That's a departure for this franchise. I do believe Harbaugh told my colleague Ian O'Connor that, they're going to do a little bit more analytics, I think, if I'm quoting that correctly. We're going to bolster up analytics a bit as a operational change he plans to install. So we'll see kind of more what they do. Those are all things we're going to see in the coming days, coming weeks, and as we gear up towards next season.
Well, Charlotte, it has been a fun ride for the Giants to get the guy that they're looking for. They've got John Harbaugh. We appreciate you stopping by ESPN Radio and giving us the insight of how they got him.
Thanks so much for having me on. It's going to be a fun time in Giants land for sure.
I'm sure it will be. That's Charlotte Carroll, Giants writer for The Athletic. Hey, don't forget all your news from Game Day Nation. You can hit us up right now on the Dr. Pepper call-in line, 888-729-3776. That's 888-SAY-ESPN. Tim, interesting stuff there that the Giants are willing to change sort of the hierarchy that they've had for the longest time, to get the guy that they wanted. And that's something we've seen in the NFL a lot more. People want power, and when they want power and organizations are desperate for wins, they'll shake things up.
It's one of the more frustrating things. I talk about it in the college sports world, where when a new coach is being hired, because they're being courted, they can request all of these changes, and they demand, in the college world, it's always like, I need this much NIL money and this much revenue share support. And then if the new coach has success, the old coach is looking back going like, well, you could have just given me all of that NIL money. You didn't have to wait till there was a coaching change. And I think some of that's here, right? John Harbaugh was obviously courted, right? He was obviously somebody a bunch of the teams with head coach openings wanted. So the Giants are giving him things that they hadn't give coaches in the past. And, we all watched the offseason Hard Knocks for the Giants, where Shane and Dable didn't always, at least appeared to me, didn't always line up. And there had to be true, back and forth and convincing of one to the other. It looks like Harbaugh is going to have more of like the no, I say veto. And Dable, I'm sure, will be sitting there going, I could have fixed a lot if I had that power. And it's you need to get to the coaching change just to advance some of those things that you've maybe fallen behind on.
Just from a football perspective, I really like the fact that you're bringing Todd Monken along. And, again, watching what he did at Georgia really changed the outlook of the University of Georgia. And then going to the NFL and being willing to adapt his system to fit Lamar Jackson. What Jackson Dart did at Ole Miss was run a lot of RPO stuff, a lot of tempo stuff, be able to use his athletic ability. And I think having somebody like Todd Monken, who's already dealt with a Lamar Jackson, can be nothing but a benefit to Jackson Dart. And I think they do have a chance. There's talent. If they can stay healthy, there's talent where next year they could be towards the top of that division. I still think it's Philly's division, and everybody else is trying to catch up because they're still really good on the lines of scrimmage. But I think the Giants really could be somebody that sits there maybe in that 2-hole and has a chance to get a wild card spot.
Do not sleep, and this is regardless of coach. I don't know if John Harbaugh makes them better, worse, or indifferent. Do not sleep on the defensive front of the New York Giants.
Yep.
Their edge rushers, Dexter Lawrence in the middle. I mean, pound for pound talent. They may have one of, if not the best defensive front in the league. They still have to put it together a little bit. Some young guys that need to develop. But goodness, Abdul Carter, Kayvon Thibodeau, you throw in Brian Burns, Dexter Lawrence. That's a really good group. And I'm sure that was one of the first things they showed John Harbaugh when they were trying to convince him to take the job.
He goes, oh, that looks like my old Giant or my old Ravens defensive lines. I'm in. I'll sign up for this. Well, coming up next, one of us is road tripping to the national championship game. How confident are we in the team that we cheer for? It's coming up next on Game Day on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Sunday, the NFL playoffs roll on with a win-or-go-home divisional showdown on ESPN. Feeling that daunting defense at Houston Hart as C.J. Stroud and the Texans look to level up on the road in Foxborough.
A trip to the AFC Championship game on the line.
Feeling Texans-Patriots, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
I rescued Toast from a shelter in 2011. I knew right then that she was special.
That's just one adoption story that started at a shelter. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Safe snowmobiling requires good vision, balance, coordination, and reaction time. Using alcohol and prescription or illegal drugs affects these abilities and impairs snowmobile operation. Alcohol also lowers your body temperature, so it's a dangerous combination in winter weather. No amount of alcohol or drug consumption is ever safe when operating a snowmobile. So it's simple. Don't ride impaired. Brought to you by the American Council of Snowmobile Associations and the Federal Highway Administration. Visit snowmobileinfo.org.
What if I could tell you when an earthquake would hit? Unfortunately, I can't. But shouldn't you be ready anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
That is a pretty good breakfast. You're not even eating.
Not hungry.
Why not? What's up?
Kath and I knew that Jenny'd been partying a bit. Found out she tried heroin.
Most people don't know what to say about drugs, but we do. Visit us at drugfree.org. A message from the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids, where families find answers.
Mama, what does the chicken say? Dog. Cat. Giraffe.
Giraffe, really? Giraffe.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are buckled correctly in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right.
Visit NHTSA.gov/
the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
DenverSports.com, where Denver fans go for information, opinions, and to stream the fan. That's DenverSports.com.
The pressure's starting to ramp up. Feeling that daunting defense at Houston Hart as C.J. Stroud and the Texans look to level up on the road in Foxborough. Feeling Drake May out to prove the new era Patriots have arrived and are ready to restore championship glory to New England.
A trip to the AFC Championship game on the line.
Feeling Texans-Patriots, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
The Rich Eisen Show.
Ashton Kutcher is here.
Ryan Poles made the mistake of giving me his phone number. And so I blow him up about things that I see. I was watching Luther Burden, and when it was a run play, he left his mouthpiece out every single time. And I'm like, Ryan, will you let Luther know that he's given to tell on every down?
The Rich Eisen Show. Weekdays from noon to 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio, ESPN Plus, and on Disney Plus.
Title on January 19th.
Miami must win when it comes to one-on-one contested catches and Miami defensive backs versus Indiana wide receivers.
I think it is safe to say that without the five-star recruits, without a ton of ballyhooed high school players, that Indiana has built a total machine that is a historic team in college football history.
When the playoff bracket came out, I'm not sure how many people actually had this matchup for the national championship game, but it is game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, all presented by Progressive Insurance. He's Tim Donnelly. I am John Michaels. We will have Miami and Indiana coming up Monday night for the national championship game from Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida. Tim, I am lucky. As a lifelong diehard University of Miami fan, so much so that my youngest son is named Kane, C-A-N-E. That is his birth name. That is his name. He finally, for the first time in his life, gets to find out why being a Miami Hurricane means so much. But I'll be road tripping. I'm actually leaving first thing in the morning, driving from Atlanta down to Miami, weather notwithstanding, but heading to the national championship game on Monday night. And when I say I could not be more excited, you have no earthly idea.
Now I need to get the origin of your Canes fandom. Are you from Miami? Like, are you half Mendoza? Because he's a Miami guy as well. He and Cristobal went to the same high school, like A-Rod's high school, like that whole deal. So is it like you're from out of town, you graduated from Miami? Like, what's the origin of your Canes fandom?
So my grandfather is actually the origin of my Canes fandom. We lived all over South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami, West Palm Beach, a little bit everywhere. My grandfather used to sneak into the Orange Bowl back in the 60s. And I'll never forget, 1980, Miami was never good, and Howard Schnellenberger had been hired, and they were playing in the Peach Bowl against Virginia Tech. I think I was 6. And my grandfather, he acted as if it was the greatest thing that was ever going to happen that night. And he made me sit and watch a game with him, and I fell in love instantly. I wanted to go there. I got accepted. I wasn't a good enough football player. I wasn't really smart enough to get academic scholarships. I realized it was a private school, and it cost $60,000 at the time. It's now like $90,000, and I couldn't afford to go there. So I just was a fan. Growing up in South Florida in the early 80s, all we had was University of Miami and the Miami Dolphins. Heat didn't exist. Marlins didn't exist. Florida Panthers didn't exist. So that was the team that we loved. And, 40-plus years later, it continues to stick.
So then, as somebody that's watched every snap, I'll throw it at you first. Overtime loss to SMU, whatever it was, week 8. Like, it's not like it was right at the beginning of the year. What is different about the team that's gone on this run than the team that dropped 2 in a down ACC to Louisville and SMU?
And I heard Mario talk about this. I'll be honest with Tim. When they lost to SMU, I texted and tweeted. I said, season's over. Because I really didn't think there was a path to make the postseason. It's not that I thought they were a bad team. I just thought the postseason path was out. One of the things they did was stop beating themselves. In those two losses, Carson Beck had 6 of his 11 interceptions, 4 against Louisville, 2 against SMU, even though one of them wasn't his fault. They stopped committing so many penalties. They were one of the most penalized teams in all of college football all year long. And they diversified the offense a little bit. It's almost like Mario Cristobal looked at Shannon Dawson and said, look, bro, do whatever you want. And you started seeing Malachi Toney running the Malley Cat, running reverse passes, running the ball more outside the tackle than they had been, letting Carson Beck stand in there and throw the football. And they stopped making mistakes. And they won 4 in a row, and the committee put them in rightly over Notre Dame and got them rolling. And now here they are getting ready for a national championship game against Indiana.
Does it feel like the good version is Indiana? Meaning, if they don't turn the ball over, if they don't shoot themselves in the foot, and then you turn over and you look at Indiana and you realize Mendoza hasn't thrown more than 1 interception in any game this year. And they're just a little bit more accident averse, I guess, as everybody would love to be. Does it feel a bit like if Miami plays their really, really good game, they could be on par with Indiana based on what you've seen from the Hoosiers?
Yeah, I think they could be above Indiana, and I will pick Miami to win the football game. I know there's not a lot of people around the country that are doing so. Miami's better on both lines of scrimmage, and I think when football, you break it down to the simplistic level. The RPO's great, and not turning the ball over is fantastic, and, time of possession. If you can win on the lines of scrimmage, you can affect so much in the game. And I saw somewhere Miami's defensive line has caused the worst grades for every single opponent they've played this year. So Ruben Bain, Akeem Mesidor, Justin Scott, David Blay, Ahmad Moten, those guys affect games where it may not be sacks every time, but they change what you're trying to accomplish. And I think if Miami plays their best and Indiana plays their best, Miami's best is going to be better. It's just going to be a matter, can they both play their best in what should be an unbelievable national championship game?
Carson Beck is an enigma to me, right? I'm a draft nerd. I'm a quarterback nerd. I played quarterback in college. So breaking down film of Mendoza and Beck has been really fun for me. But Beck, to me, it's outlandish how I'll throw a game on, right? And I'm just flipping through, play. One game I'll be like, this guy's a first-round pick. The next game I'll be like, I don't even know if I'd put him on my board. Then there'd be a game where he's a third-round pick. He had 100 yards or something, 150 or less in 2 of their CFP games. How do you get the best out of Carson Beck, knowing that Indiana's defense has been pretty stout and pretty sound throughout the year?
Yeah, and that's going to be, obviously one of the big keys to the game is, can Carson Beck play like he did against Ole Miss? I thought against Ole Miss he played fantastic. He did throw a pick, but it was a batted ball at the line of scrimmage. Those are going to happen. And when they needed him in the fourth quarter, he made throw after throw after throw after throw. They're going to try to make it easy. I know in the first game against A&M, the wind was ridiculous, and they just said, we're going to lean on our defense and our run game. Against Ohio State, you didn't have to. Your defense smothered them. You had the pick 6 that gave you sort of the window to work through. And the one time you had to have something out of Carson Beck, they got it. Miami's offensive line has been fantastic. They protect the quarterback. They give him time. Indiana likes to run a lot of false fronts. They like to come up and give you false looks on pressure. They like to try to disguise things. I think it's going to come down simply make it easy for Carson early by running the ball with Fletcher and Brown, get the screen game going with Malachi Toney, and take a couple of shots and try to hit some of those. And if they do, things are going to work out. Kurt Cignetti, who's done an unbelievable job at Indiana and put together what has been one of the unbelievable turnarounds in the history of college football. Of course, he was asked during media today, what about the National Football League?
I'm not an NFL guy. I made that decision a long time ago when I went with Chuck Amato to NC State in 2000. I had a chance to go with the Packers, Tom Rosley, Mike Sherman. Favre was in his heyday, kind of like an assistant. I think Darrell Bevel got the job. Ended up taking the job. I declined the opportunity. I almost took it. That's when I made the final decision. And I've always been more of a college football guy.
Look, that's great for the game of college football. He needs to stick around and do everything that he can and keep this Indiana train running. I just wonder how long it will run. If they can get this national title, all bets are off.
I look at him and I almost think he's a better general manager than head coach. I think his best attribute is identifying talent that's been overlooked elsewhere, and that goes back to his time at the other Indiana, right? Indiana University of Pennsylvania, which is where he was like 10 years ago. Elon, JMU, all the way up to Indiana. It's been a consistent, he finds diamonds in the rough. I think it's borderline more important than he is as a sideline coach.
I will tell you, my biggest concern this week is no longer about getting tickets. Thankfully, I was able to find those. Finding parking, which was not cheap, but I was able to find that. My biggest concern now, Tim, and you'll laugh as somebody, I'm about 7 hours further south than you, is navigating a potential snowstorm in central Georgia tomorrow. I'm leaving here at probably 8 o'clock in the morning. It's about a 9-hour drive to Miami. But now there's the potential of snow, and that – I don't care. I will be out there on a snowplow to make sure that I make it down to the title game. Coming up, which quarterback do we trust the most remaining in the playoffs? It's next on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
The U is back.
When they face the top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers. Hoosiers! Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 Eastern, with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on October 2nd, 1993, when the University of California faced a 30-0 halftime deficit to Oregon. Cal went on a remarkable 42-11 run in the second half to capture a 42-41 victory, one of the largest comebacks in college football history.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, believe it or not, golf season is just around the corner, and that means the newest gear and the latest tech are starting to drop. It's no care for my friends at Embers Golf. If you want to hit the ground running in 2026, now's the time to get dialed in. Book a custom fitting at Embers Golf and experience the newest equipment built to elevate your game. I know, trust me, I got set up last year, and spots fill up fast, so get in, get fit, and get ready to play your best season yet. Get everyone in the family ready for golf season at Embers Golf in Westminster. Embers Golf, ignite your game.
When you've been hit by an 18-wheeler, there's 3 things you need to do. First, call the police and get medical care. Second, don't talk to the insurance company alone. And third, call the truck crash lawyers at Berg Simpson Law Firm. Berg Simpson has 50 years of experience holding them accountable and over $50 million recovered after truck crashes. Call Berg Simpson today and let us fight for you so you can focus on healing.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
New deals, new wheels. AutoNation's New Year, New Wheels event is going on now. Drive any new or used vehicle 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Save thousands on Toyotas, Fords, Hondas, Chevys, Mercedes-Benz, and more. 0 down and 0 payments for 90 days. Hurry to your nearest AutoNation store today or AutoNation.com.
On select models with approved credit. Interest accrues from date of purchase on deferred payments. See store for details.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denversports.com. 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 Hey. Did we mention Denversports.com?
Honest about that, because if you spotted me a touchdown pass on his first drive or second drive, whatever that ended up being, I'm obviously going with Josh Allen. But if you would have asked me before these games got started, I'm not sure I wouldn't have taken Matt Stafford. He's a person that already has done it, right? We've seen him. We've not only seen him make it to a Super Bowl, we've seen him win a Super Bowl. We've seen him do things like find Cooper Kupp a million times in that Super Bowl to win the game. So Matt Stafford, to me, right, I want everybody to chill out with like the Matt Stafford is super underrated in history thing, because I'm like, if one more person says he's asleep or he's a sleeper, like everyone's gonna wake up, right? Like I think he's disrespected. I think he's better than everybody thinks he is in history, and I don't want to put somebody who's never even made a Super Bowl above Matt Stafford in my trust rankings until we see somebody like Josh Allen do it.
So we've got 8 quarterbacks left. And if you say Matt Stafford and I say Josh Allen, no problem, because I got a feeling if we're continuing the rankings down, the number 2 is just going to be whoever the other one of us doesn't have as number 1.
And just so you, like Freudian slip, I ranked them 1 through 8 on this paper I'm showing you on our little video chat right here. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking Matt Stafford 1, but I wrote down Josh Allen on the number 1 list and then had to put a little arrow with the little like 50s. So even my own brain might not agree with me, but I'm sticking with Matt Stafford, at least before today's game, as the one I trust the most.
So I would have Allen 1, and I would have Matthew Stafford number 2 as far as quarterbacks that I trust the most. Who would you have then as the number 3 quarterback? Because you start to think about it. You have a Sam Darnold, who's had 2 great regular seasons in a row, but he's injured. Brock Purdy, who a lot of people say is a system quarterback, which is fine. And then all the young guys, C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, Drake May, Caleb Williams. How would you put the number 3 guy on your list?
I think this is another 2-person race, but I settled on Drake May.
Okay.
I've been wildly impressed with how no moment has seemed too big for him. And he's had a lot put on his shoulders. He's been asked to do a ton. He's been the leading rusher in big games. He's completed a ridiculously high percentage of his passes. Here's the thing that like, if I had a word to describe Drake May this year, everybody's going to want to, get flashy. Mine's just discipline, right? He unbelievably, as a young quarterback, takes completion after completion after completion, and he's very accurate on the deep ball, which for me would be super tempting to throw it a bunch more than he does, but he waits until the defense tells him to, right? He waits until the read takes him to a deep ball, and he's more than willing to cut it loose. So if right out of the gate, like right out of the womb as an NFL quarterback, you're disciplined and not being baited by too high safeties and things that we've seen young quarterbacks struggle with forever, I'm not sure he's going to run into a moment where the game or the spotlight is too bright for him. I put him at the number 3 spot.
So the guy that I have at number 3, I do think is more than a system quarterback. And I think it kind of goes hand in hand why I have Brock Purdy sitting at number 3. Look, Kyle Shanahan is one of the geniuses in the history of this league when it comes to scheming up plays and doing a bunch of different stuff to make it easy for their offense. Brock Purdy fits his system perfectly. And even throughout all the injuries that the 49ers have dealt with this year, even throughout the injury with Brock Purdy, I think when you throw that system with a guy that just knows how to navigate and run it, I got to have him as a guy that I trust right now at number 3. I really like Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy has a chance to do something very, very special before it's all said and done. Unfortunately for him, he lost a weapon this week in George Kittle. They've been banged up on defense all over the place. But give me Brock Purdy sitting at number 3. Who would you have at number 4?
Brock Purdy. It was a 2-man race for number 3 between Drake May and Brock Purdy. This is my favorite analogy. I've said it on ESPN Radio. I've said it on every show I've been on talking about the NFL. To me, right now, what Kyle Shanahan is doing, I don't know if you watched like the cooking shows. My brother's big into watching the cooking shows. And in one of them, they give you like weird ingredients and you have to work them in. I don't know which one it is, but they say like, here's a fruit roll up, some concentrated orange juice, and like, cayenne pepper, and you have to make a lasagna using all 3 of those. To me, and they're all like expert chefs, so they make some, ridiculous tomato sauce with a hint of concentrated orange juice. I don't know how it all goes, but at the end, it's impressive. It just seems crazy because it's something I'm not good at. I think Kyle Shanahan is kind of going through that version where they're like, you have to take your 3rd tight end, your number 3 and number 5 wide receiver, and this do-it-all running back, and you have to make an offense. Go. Oh, and by the way, 7th-round quarterback. Go.
Right. And
he's just like, all right, here's what I'm going to do. And he comes out with this lasagna with sprinkles of fruit roll-up or whatever it is, and it's a pretty good offense. It's pretty good. So Brock Purdy is a big part of that, right? He is a revolving door. Sometimes he's in and out of the lineup, but it's a revolving door around him, and he's just been executing pretty darn well all the way through. Some of the leaderboards he's not eligible for because he didn't get enough passes or enough attempts or whatever, But if he were, he'd be near the top of a whole bunch of those advanced analytics leaderboards. So I'm a big fan of Purdy. I don't think he's a system guy. I just think he's a good quarterback who happens to be in a really good system.
Yeah, I have an argument here in Atlanta with my show host, Brian Finneran, who played in the NFL. He was so mad when Brock Purdy got $50 million. And he was like, that guy's not a $50 million quarterback. So last week when we came in, I go, how do you feel about him now? Because he looked pretty $50 million this past weekend in the wild card. I love that you use the cooking analogy. I thought when you went with fruit roll-up and an orange, you were going to add an avocado and a snorkel, and I was going to go old and say MacGyver actually made a weapon out of one of those years and years ago, and that's why number 4 on my list would be a weapon in Drake May. So we've just transversed back and forth. So I'll go with number 5, and this is where it gets tough. The last 4 guys, I almost feel like you can put them in a pot of gumbo and mix them up, and hopefully you get something good. I guess I'll say C.J. Stroud. I'll put him at number 5, and I think part of that has to do with he doesn't have to do much. That defense is so ridiculous. As long as C.J. Stroud doesn't make mistakes, they have chances. And I think with that, he has the ability, we saw in his rookie year, to throw for a bunch of yards. So give me Stroud at number 5.
That unbelievable resistance to recency bias for you based on the fact that he fumbled it 970 million times last week. I have Sam Darnold there, and I'll just get ahead of it. My 6, 7, and 8 are those younger guys, Williams, Nixon, Stroud. And it's almost an age thing, although obviously Drake May has superseded that. They're boom or bust, right? They all have the ability to be great. They all have the ability to put their teams in bad spots. But for Darnold, I just like the battle-tested nature of him. He's been through everything in the NFL, and it's almost like, you can't hurt me, right? If the Jets didn't hurt me and the Panthers didn't hurt me and doing everything I did with the Vikings and then moving on from me didn't hurt me, like what in the world can the Niners defense do to Sam Darnold? Although, as I say that, I realize maybe throwing on air and hurting his oblique on Thursday could actually hurt him. So we'll see on health. If all health is the same and they're all good to go, I think Sam Darnold has the advantage of he's been through everything, so he can go out there and play maybe a little bit more fast and loose than everybody else.
So I have Stroud at 5, Nix at 6, Caleb Williams at 7. I actually have Darnold at 8, and a lot of it has to do with that injury. I watched Chris Bosh hurt an oblique and missed 9 games in the NBA playoffs. Now, it was a blessing in disguise. The Heat went small ball and ended up winning a championship, but that oblique is nothing to play with. And you got to play a team for the 3rd time this year, so I guess that's where my trust kind of goes out the window for Sam Darnold. Who's going to raise the trophy? Find out Monday night, the College Football Playoff National Championship, all presented by AT&T. Coverage begins at 6:30 Eastern on the ESPN radio and the ESPN app. Coming up next, will the divisional round be enough for this head coach? He's Tim Donnelly. I'm John Michaels. It's game day on ESPN radio and the ESPN app.
Little known fact, MLK and I used to share the same first name. That's because the M didn't always stand for Martin. His actual birth name was Michael King Jr. In 1934, Michael Sr. traveled to Germany, and he was deeply moved by the Protestant reformer Martin Luther and the Baptist World Alliance's fight against Adolf Hitler and Nazism. So much so that he changed his name and that of his 5-year-old son to Martin Luther King Sr. and Jr. And knowing this, it's fitting that the younger MLK would forge his own spiritual journey by fighting injustices in America. And in so many ways, it's hard to imagine where this Michael would be without that Michael. MLK, more than a dream.
This college football moment is brought to you by Serve Pro.
College football teams have moments they recovered from and made it like it never even happened. Like on September 24, 2016, when Tulsa found themselves down 31-0 to Fresno State. With 10 minutes left in the second quarter, Tulsa fought back to tie the game at 41. And then won 48-41 in double overtime.
Serve Pro, like it never even happened.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. That's Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code PLAN to get up to $1,000. Use code PLAN to get up to $1,000.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
DenverSports.com, where Denver fans go for information, opinions, and to stream the fan. That's DenverSports.com.
It's always a little icky talking about people's job security, right? It just feels a little weird. But you got to do it in this business occasionally. But it's even grosser, if that's a word, when you're talking about a guy that you think is a good coach, right? I think Sean McDermott is a good coach. But sometimes good coaches need to be moved on from just for a fresh voice, right? The best example being Tony Dungy in Tampa, right? Good coach, went on to win a Super Bowl, like had all of the pieces, but John Gruden was a very different voice, and he showed up and he did the whole John Gruden thing, and Tampa goes on to win the Super Bowl. So that's kind of the question that I would have for Sean McDermott. It's not like, oh, is this guy a good enough coach, or, oh, can he? Because all the things we say about Josh Allen are true about Sean McDermott. Like, what is Sean McDermott not supposed to think the game is won with 13 seconds left when Patrick Mahomes takes over? Like, the coaching, was he supposed to take over the defense from the coordinator and make sure they're pressed up on Tyreek or Kelsey or whoever? Probably not, right? So all of that is true, but I would entertain the possibility of, is there somebody out there with a different voice that could take this team 2 steps further? And that's, again, assuming that they don't hold on to the lead here and Denver can pull out the win. Because I think if you make it to a conference championship game, you are kind of immune from job security questions, because that's a pretty tough thing to do.
He became the head coach of the Bills in 2017, went 9-7 his first year. They lost the wild card. Second year, they just go 6-10. Since then, they've not won less than 10 games in a year, and they've lost in the conference championship twice, the divisional round 3 times. And we mentioned earlier, most of those losses were to Kansas City or to Joe Burrow. Those guys are out of the way. I agree with a lot of what you said there with Tony Dungy, because Tony Dungy had those Tampa teams so close. They lost to the Rams 13-3 with Sean King at quarterback, for goodness sakes, when it was the greatest show on turf. And it did take Tony Dungy to be that different voice. But I just saw a coaching cycle, and it's not even close to being done, where the 2 best candidates were 2 guys, one that got fired in John Harbaugh, the other one that stepped away in Mike Tomlin. And outside of that, it might be a lot of hope. Like John Gruden already had been a certified stud as a head coach when Tampa's job came open. Had there been one of the – if John Harbaugh would have said, hey, Buffalo loses today, I'm waiting and I'll go to Buffalo, maybe you make that move. But I just don't see any circumstance right now, even if the Bills lose 45-7 today, where Sean McDermott's not the head coach come the NFL draft.
This is, in the NFL, I think, one of the hardest things to do. And we'll relate it back to this year's playoffs. I think Seattle has done it incredibly. You have to decide whether your quarterback is one of those dudes or if he's pretty solid, right? And in a lot of cases, pretty solid isn't good enough, right? If you look at Super Bowl winning quarterbacks over the last, since Brad Johnson with Tampa, ironically, they're pretty much all Hall of Famers, a lot of times first ballot Hall of Famers, or guys on rookie contracts. And we'll see about Jalen Hurts. He's kind of the only one that's in the mix there. But other than that, it's Hall of Famers or it's guys on rookie contracts where you can build up the rest of the roster because they're cheap. And if you have one of those pretty good, call it like a Phillip Rivers conundrum, like always good enough to be brought back, but never good enough to win the games you need to win, is Sean McDermott that, where he's always going to be good enough to make the postseason. He's always going to be good enough to win a postseason game. Might never be good enough to win a Super Bowl. And do you have the guts to make a switch there and say, no, we're going for, we might take a step back. That's the risk we take. We might take a step back, but we're making this change with the hope of taking 2 steps forward, which we're not sure we can do with this guy.
Yeah, that would be a fascinating scenario, because as long as Josh Allen's there, they're always going to be in the mix. It's kind of the same thing with Kansas City. Whenever Andy Reid walks away, as long as Patrick Mahomes is there, they're always going to be in the mix. But is there somebody out there that could change something? Now, there's a potential they're going to lose Joe Brady. I think Joe Brady taking over for Ken Dorsey a few years ago, and I love Ken, last Miami National Championship quarterback in 2001, but he didn't really connect with Buffalo as the offensive coordinator. They made that move, and it felt like their offense took off. Now, they've dealt with injuries this year on the defensive side. They have not been great on the defensive side, even though they've drafted some guys at the top of the draft. Ed Oliver being hurt really has not been good for them. But they've done a lot of the different things to try to, figure out ways to piecemeal that defense together to make it done. But I just don't know that there is that guy out there. Now, if Mike Tomlin wanted the job, maybe. But Mike Tomlin really had run his course in Pittsburgh to where they were saying, hey, wait a second, this guy hadn't won a playoff game in 10 years, and all of a sudden now maybe they're going to be looking for somebody else. I think Buffalo's going to keep Sean McDermott no matter what happens today. That's kind of been my thought on him the whole time. If he gets let go, Matt Ryan, call him today. Let's get him down here.
The next thing would be all of this conversation is completely useless because really all you do is you go to Josh Allen and ask what he wants.
Right.
Really all you do is you go to him and you go, do you like Sean? All right, yeah, we're not even considering. If he goes, well, maybe, then you're like, all right, let's have a conversation. All I know is you better make sure you're paying attention for the offensive lineman. The Broncos just had a fat guy touchdown, to quote John Madden from The Replacements. Joe Lombardi, offensive coordinator for the Broncos, and obviously Sean Payton, the mastermind, flexing a little bit there, getting the number 73 open down there in the red zone. Sean McDermott, how'd you not see that one coming, huh?
Yeah, I don't think anybody was. Frank Crum, we like to call that a thick six. That was a thick 6 as an offensive lineman catches it. Denver does take the lead as they go down on a nice drive after a James Cook fumble to go back in front. 10-7 is the score about midway through the second quarter. Yet nobody's preparing for that one. And I'm going to tell you, that drive for Bo Nix, I was about to be really mad at him because 2nd and 12, he scrambles and he slides a yard short. And there is nothing that annoys me more, and I get it. Quarterback's got to be safe. You don't want to turn the football over. This is the playoffs. The hell are you doing sliding a yard short? You know where the yard marker is. Jump forward, get the first down. Luckily, it didn't matter. He's able to throw a touchdown pass and take care of business.
And I mean, we're going to talk lessons for the young football players. I like this one, right? You know where the down and distance is. Make sure you understand the situation. And also, look at James Cook and say, you've been one of the best running backs this entire season. That fumble could end up being one of those pivot points that you look back on and go, oh, man, right? If they're able to go down and score and they were moving the ball, it's what is it, 14-3?
Right.
And Buffalo is cruising. Instead, their bell cow, right? James Cook, you want the ball in no one's hands but his. He ends up fumbling it. Denver takes over. Now Denver's up 10-7. It's a massive swing. Go old school. Remember the Titans, right? Your blockers have nothing to do with holding on to my football. You got to keep your hands on the ball, 2 of them in traffic. It's the ultimate lesson.
What did Herman Boone say? You drop a pass, you run a mile. You fumble my ball, you're killing me, Petey. Get out there and run it. Come on, James. What are we doing here? You cannot fumble the football. But, Tim, you are spot on with that. 14-3, Denver now is in a little bit of a panic mode. And Buffalo feels like they can do things. And they've moved the ball both times that they've had it. All of a sudden at 10-7, Denver feels like, you know what? We dodged a bullet. We're feeling good. And now we have a chance to really take control of this game if our defense can start to rise up and do things that they have not been doing the entire time. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm John Michaels. Coming up next, if this team loses, is their window closed? It's game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80.
Coming up on the Monday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman. Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers have looked unbeatable, but will the Hurricanes defense be able to do enough to pull off the upset? It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat. Smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
What if I could tell you when an earthquake would hit? Unfortunately, I can't. But shouldn't you be ready anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Safe snowmobiling requires good vision, balance.
Big-time matchups on back-to-back nights.
DenverSports.com. 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 Hey, did we mention DenverSports.com?
Against the Blackhawks.
What a shot by Kucherov. Honor Bedard.
ESPN Hockey Night presented by Honda. Red Wings Wild Thursday at 9:30 Eastern. Lightning Blackhawks Friday at 7 on ESPN and the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
There's no bad play, no bad call, no injury that we can't overcome.
When they faced a top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
All I can say is go on you and
Number 10 Miami versus number 1 Indiana. Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 Eastern with kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
Sunday, the NFL playoffs roll on with a win-or-go-home divisional showdown on ESPN.
The pressure's starting to ramp up.
Feeling that daunting defense and Houston heart as C.J. Stroud and the Texans look to level up on the road in Foxborough. Feeling Drake May out to prove the new era Patriots have arrived and are ready to restore championship glory to New England.
A trip to the AFC Championship game on the line.
Feeling Texans-Patriots, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
Hey, it's Evan Cohen. Coming up Monday, we'll react to the divisional round of the NFL playoffs and get you ready for the national championship game. It's at Sportsmanlike 6 a.m. Eastern right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
This is SportsCenter.
Denver Broncos. Denver leading 10-7 at the 7-minute mark of the second quarter. Bills taking the lead with an opening drive touchdown throw to Mecole Hardman. And then on the move again with a chance to take a 2-score lead. James Cook fumble recovered by Denver. They went in and scored a TD. Frank Crum, big man touchdown on the receiving end from Bo Nix from 7 yards out. The Bills on the move again inside Denver territory trying to regain the lead. Bo Nix so far today 23 yards on the ground, 76 through the air. Has had it working on both ends, 76 yards and that touchdown throw so far. Josh Allen 6 of 7 for 59 yards and a touchdown. James Cook with 56 yards on the ground as well. Bills have run for 93 yards in this opening half already, more than Denver gives up on a per-game average throughout the regular season. Bills center Connor McGovern going down, being evaluated for a head injury in that one. Followed by Seahawks and Niners at 8 Eastern today. Seattle monitoring the latest with quarterback Sam Darnold. He's listed as questionable with an oblique injury that came up on Thursday. Team believes he will be good to go, but have not seen him throw since Thursday. Meanwhile, the Giants finalizing their 5-year deal with new head coach John Harbaugh. Former Ravens HC was let go after 18 years in Baltimore at the end of the regular season.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman coming up Monday. Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers have looked unbeatable. But will the Hurricanes defense be able to do enough to pull off the upset? We'll talk about it on Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
One of the things we've seen in this league is your window can open and close in a matter of seconds. It's game day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM, Channel 80. It's all presented by Progressive Insurance. Anytime you want to hit us up, call us on the Dr. Pepper call line, 888-SAY-ESPN. That's 888-729-3776. John Michaels alongside Tim Donnelly. We are watching the action right now in the AFC divisional playoff round, midway through the second quarter. Broncos currently with a 10-7 lead over the Bills, but Josh Allen and company going right back down the field after we had a thick 6 for the Broncos. They got a touchdown pass to an offensive lineman after a James Cook fumble. Buffalo going right back down the field. But we're down to the final 8, and as we've seen once again throughout this NFL season, your window can go really, really quickly. Ask Philadelphia, ask Kansas City, ask Baltimore, ask Cincinnati, teams that preseason we all thought were going to walk right into the playoffs and be the usual suspects, yet they're not here any longer. So we start to look at these 8 teams that are left and start to figure out whose window could be closing if they end up losing today.
Yeah, I look at them, and the interesting part to me is there's 4 quarterbacks on rookie contracts. Mm-hmm. And to me, it's just you get a couple extra bonus points in your window still being open if you do not have to pay your quarterback $50 million or, if they're not asking for $50 million. So if you look at the Bears, the Pats, the Texans, and the Broncos, I think their window might be a little easier to keep open. You look at a team like the Bills, you look at a team like the Niners that are paying their guys a lot more, your quarterback better be special or you better have a really good roster around them, really young roster around them. So when it comes to windows, I think it's always a risk to just anticipate like, oh, we'll have a contender for the next 3 or 4 years. But I think there's a lot of teams in this that are set up to at least believe they have a possibility to be good for a while.
So let's start with the two teams that are playing currently. Buffalo, who most people thought was a Super Bowl favorite before the year, and I could argue when the playoffs started, a lot of people thought that they were the favorite to come out of the AFC, even being the 6th seed, knowing they were going to be on the road basically the entire time. As long as Josh Allen's there, that window stays open. And I know the argument will be, wait a second, Patrick Mahomes in Kansas City, it finally went sideways. I think Kansas City was fiscally irresponsible with some of the signings they had this offseason, and eventually that's kind of leading to their doom. They never really replaced Tyreek Hill. They never really replaced anybody at running back. Buffalo seemingly has done a lot with not much, including outside of James Cook and Josh Allen. I think no matter what, their window stays open as long as that guy's under center.
The only thing I would add to that is he has to stay healthy enough to be Josh Allen.
Right.
If you look at some of the quarterback rushing stats, he's up there almost 900 attempts. He's up there in rushing touchdowns. As somebody that lives in Carolina, I know that it felt like Cam Newton was going to be healthy forever because he's 6'5" and he's 240 and he's bigger. This isn't a small running quarterback, and you hear a lot of the same things being said about Josh Allen. I hope he can stay healthy forever because he's really, really fun to watch, and I think he's a much better passer of the football and an advanced passer of the football than Cam was. But it doesn't change the fact that you start to get up there in carries and you take a lot of hits. Sometimes that adds up, and obviously he's a little banged up right now. We were talking earlier. He's got 3 different injuries on the injury report right now. What was it? Left foot, right knee, left finger, something like that. He can't carry 3 injuries into every game for the next 10 years and expect to be playing as long as Rodgers and Brady and some of the previous generation.
The other team on the other side, the Broncos, you talked about the rookie contract right now for Bo Nix. You still have another year before you have to decide on the 5th-year option, and then you're going to pick up the 5th-year option. So they've got Bo Nix relatively cheap for the next 3 years. I looked at Denver's cap situation as of today, and I always talk about the cap can be a myth because, quite frankly, you can manipulate the cap however the hell you want to. But they have the 12th most cap space going into next year, almost $42 million in cap space, which is going to give Denver an opportunity to add to their team. So I think no matter what, as the number 1 seed, their window's still open. A lot of it has to do with Sean Payton and the fact that you're not paying your quarterback goo gobs of money.
Yeah, I'm gonna page real quick. Cold Takes Exposed, just to put this one on record. I don't know if their window is open right now.
Okay.
Right? Like talk about when does their window close. They're the number 1 seed, don't get me wrong, which is why I'm like flagging this. But if it comes down to a Bo Nix versus one of the other quarterbacks that we consider elite, I'm not ready yet, right? I need to see some more. All this talk about him being super clutch, If you keep messing up and your defense keeps giving you more opportunities and on the 5th try you come through, is that clutch or is that you messed up 4 times and they just kept a 1-score game? Sometimes I think Bo Nix' season kind of went the way that my seasons would go playing imagination in the front yard, right? Where you're playing basketball, 3, 2, 1, you shoot it, clank. Oh, but wait, they're putting 2 more seconds on the clock, and you grab the ball, you shoot again. Oh, but wait, he was fouled. And eventually you make it, and then you say you hit the game-winning shot. Bo Nix, overthrows a guy. Oh, that's okay. Peyton will scheme up another big play. They turn it over. That's okay. Their defense is so good, they get the ball back. And then eventually he makes the play, and everybody talks about how clutch he is. I'm not a full Bo Nix believer, so once they open the window, I think it could be open for a long time based on Cap and Sean Payton and their defense and their front 7 and all that. But I'm not there yet, even though they're the 1 seed.
Denver just gave up a game-tying drive. Buffalo just hits a field goal, but they got a nice stop down in the red zone, a penalty and a drop pass in the back of the end zone. But field goal is good. We're tied at 10 with about 3 minutes to go in the first half. Your nightcap tonight is going to be a rematch of Week 18. It's going to be 49ers and Seahawks. I ask you, you just mentioned, is the window even open for Denver? Is it even open for the Seahawks, who are the number 1 seed?
Gosh, that's a fantastic question. Their window, if it's open, it's cracked to me. Like, it's open, but not a lot. And if this oblique injury for Sam Darnold is anything real, that might be enough for me to say, close, right? Good try, but it's closed for you. As a former quarterback, I can tell you, the throwing motion has changed for the nerds out there. It used to be you got to get all this power with your legs and driving forward, and you want to keep everything on line. That's what it was when I was growing up. Now it's all rotation. It's all rotation, and it puts so much more stress on your core and in your torso and an oblique. I don't want to know what that'll do to a modern throwing motion like Sam Darnold has. So, that might be enough to close it. I don't know, some combination of Drew Lock and Jalen Milroe if it's called out of the bullpen. I definitely don't have confidence in that. So even if they're able to beat the Niners because they're banged up as well, I doubt I'll be betting on them in the future games.
Yeah, they do have a bunch of cap space for next year as well, over $68 million to fix whatever they need to. I'm going to say theirs is going to stay open no matter what. They have a relatively young team. I love Jackson Smith and Jigba at wide receiver. They got a pair of running backs who are solid. Darnold has kind of had that career resurrection, which is great. So we'll see how it is. How about San Francisco on the other side? Dealt with a lot of injuries, finally had to pay their quarterback. Is that window coming to an end?
No, I think that's open, and I'm going to kind of use your logic with Josh Allen, only Kyle Shanahan. And it's something we didn't bring up with the Seahawks. When you have a defensive-minded head coach, you're always at the mercy of your coordinator getting poached, right? And Clint Kubiak is one of the super buzzy names right now, and who knows how Seattle would react if Sam Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba have someone else calling plays next year. So looking at the Niners, what they always have, because he's your head coach, is Kyle Shanahan dialing it up, and I think he's one of the best to ever do it. So if Purdy and Shanahan are around, and it looks like they will be, I think that window is open. I will say Christian McCaffrey isn't going to be able to have the ball 7,000 times every year for eternity, so they're going to have to diversify a bit. But for right now, I think that window's open.
I think that window is closing. And just to what you said, Christian McCaffrey's not getting any younger. Deebo Samuel's no longer on the football team. They dealt with injury. A year ago, they missed the postseason because injuries really affected them. They're just not a young football team anymore, and they've already had to move on from some guys. So I think this could be the last of the run for the 49ers, at least as currently constructed. Let's look real quickly at the games coming up tomorrow and get an idea. Let's go Texans. Opening or closing?
Opening because of the defense. I think young quarterback who can play a lot better, needs to play a lot better, but that defense is pretty special.
Yeah, I'm going to go right there with you. I think that defense, the way they rush the passer, absolutely nasty. Also, I'm going to say the Patriots window, it's not even all the way fully open yet. I think they're just scratching the surface of who they are. When they put some more weapons around Drake May, look out.
I think Vrabel's nervous to say it because I'm sure at some point in Tennessee he thought, we'll be back 7 times with this core, and then it just disappeared quickly. But I agree with you. I think that team's built for the future.
What about the Rams?
I mean, last leg, right? You have a 38-year-old quarterback with a bad back. There's never been a more premium opportunity than you have right now. I think it would solidify legacies. It's definitely closing for me.
I'll be honest, I thought it was done 2 years ago when Aaron Donald just retired out of nowhere, and then they go find Jared Verse and Ray Fisk.
Yep.
Yeah, I put him and Fisk together. They find 2 D linemen, and it ends up being great, but it's absolutely closing. This feels like they're going to probably lose another coordinator, and Mike LaFleur, he may be hired somewhere. It's only a amount of time before Matthew Stafford hangs it up. And for the Bears, I'm going to say it's just now opening. I think we've just scratched the surface on what Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson can do as a combination. I think those two have a very, very bright future.
The only thing I'd add is there seems to be a lot of personalities, and they're vibing now because things are going well. I have no idea how that Bears core of coach, quarterback, kind of some of their big offensive weapons, how they would react if they face some like true adversity. So, to have a real Super Bowl window, you might start 2-3 in one of them and have to fight your way back and make the postseason. I have no idea how the Bears would react in that situation. So that's my only concern. But there's obviously a lot of talent and a lot of genius in their coaching staff and on their roster.
He's Tim Donnelly. I'm John Michaels. Coming up next, there's one head coaching vacancy that's been filled. What about the other ones? It's Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80.
Sunday, the NFL playoffs roll on with a win-or-go-home divisional showdown on ESPN. Feeling that daunting defense in Houston Hart as C.J. Stroud and the Texans look to level up on the road in Foxborough.
A trip to the AFC Championship game on the line.
Feeling Texans-Patriots, Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN. Also streaming on the ESPN app.
We'll Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Pregame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Here's a tale of Linda trying to lose weight, but the med prices she found were all over the place.
Hidden fees and markups made her jaw drop low. Then she found Good RX. Now she's in the know.
GLP-1 subscriptions FDA approved.
With clear upfront pricing.
And same-day pickup.
That's Good RX, the no-nonsense way. Save time and money on prescriptions.
Get to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
DenverSports.com. 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 Hey, did we mention DenverSports.com?
People that don't agree with me that that's a grand slam, but that's a different story for a different day. I think a franchise that has absolutely struggled with coaching for a long time found the best guy on the open market in a market that doesn't feel like there's a lot of best guys. And I know that's tough because a lot of times it's coordinators that get hired and all we know is, oh, he's the new hot coordinator. And unless you're somebody that's in that town watching play-by-play, you don't necessarily know how great one of these guys are going to be when they end up being a head coach. But there are 8 job openings still available, and I wonder which ones are intriguing to you as well to me.
My number one is the Ravens, right? And John Harbaugh obviously chose the Giants, and it seems like that was very, very quickly made like the matchmaker there. But I think part of it is because he couldn't go back to the Ravens, and that would have been his number one choice if it was, a different universe. They have a 2-time MVP at quarterback. And if you look around at the other options, there's a lot of potential, but there's very little proven. I will say he comes with some baggage, and this year there were some reports about different things going on in that organization. But if you go to the Ravens and you get on the same page with Lamar Jackson, we've seen him at his best. And you know, I'm a former quarterback, so there's always that part of me that's like, you know, I can get the best out of this guy. I think if you can fix Lamar's whatever little snafus with the postseason, you can go down as a legend in Baltimore and never have to buy a drink for the rest of your life.
Think about how different their season ends up if Tyler Loop just makes a field goal. They play last week. John Harbaugh's probably still the head coach if they win in the wild card round, and that's a year in which they started 1-5. It felt like everything had gone off the track. They fought, scratched, and clawed to get back in there and literally had a 40-plus yard field goal to go to the postseason and make everything right. And that's a year that Lamar Jackson was banged up. Derrick Henry didn't get the ball, I don't think, enough in certain games, and it took him almost till like week 16 to realize, wait a second, this dude can still run the rock. I'm not sure who ends up getting that job, but I know if I'm anybody worth my salt, that's the number one job I'm going after for everything that you just mentioned.
If I'm an offensive-minded coach especially, I'm calling up the Ravens first, right? I want to make sure that I have the prime ingredients to make my side of the ball work, and I'll delegate to the defensive side with my DC. And they need pass rush. It's not like they're a perfect roster at all.
Right.
But so much of it starts with quarterback for me, and Lamar's just perfect there. And there's some reverses, right? Down there in Atlanta, kind of your neck of the woods. I think that roster is really impressive. You got two first-round edge rushers from North Carolina, so I know them very well. That's where they originated. They're monsters, right? They got a really good roster. Bijan's a monster. Drake London's a monster. The defense is improving, but they have questions at quarterback, and that's how important I think the position is, where I would rather take the Ravens, who have a bunch of questions elsewhere, but a two-time MVP at quarterback, than a team like the Falcons, which have answers darn near everywhere, but questions at quarterback. I'm not sure if Penix with the injuries is the guy.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Since you brought up the Falcons, I wasn't going to do it, but I will, since I live here and have been around the team and was sideline reporter for them for almost a decade. They have been a franchise that basically are the Jets of the NFC. 8 straight losing years, 8 straight years of missing the postseason. I'll be honest, I was shocked that Arthur Blank decided to pull the trigger. Like, I was at the Falcons-Saints game to end the season. We were leaving, and, you know, by the time I got to the car and was heading out, it was like, oh, crap, Raheem Morris is fired, and now Terry Fontenot's fired. And now they created position for Matt Ryan, and they hired a couple of search firms. Whatever. Their interviews have been interesting, but not jaw-breaking. You know, you go out and you're interviewing Kevin Stefanski, and reports are now they're going to have a second interview with him. He seems to be the leader in the clubhouse. Clint Kubiak's name has popped up a whole bunch, but do they want to go coordinator route another time? Because they've gone coordinator. Literally every coaching hire they've had since Dan Reeves back in the 90s have been a coordinator, or Bobby Petrino, who was the worst hire maybe in the history of the NFL. That was what happened with the Falcons. But now you have a guy who's a football guy in charge of football operations in Matt Ryan. And if Kevin Stefanski ends up being the guy, I don't know that he's going to blow everybody away in the press conference, but I think on the field he could do enough to ignite a franchise that needs an ignition in the worst way.
I'm looking at the Matt Ryan hire as something that I feel changing in the league a little bit. This all started, there was a podcast with, and I apologize for not getting the exact name of the podcast, but it was Peyton Manning and Tom Brady were naming their Mount Rushmores of wide receivers. And as they do, they went on a little tangent about quarterback play nowadays. And two of the best minds in football history were just talking about how quarterbacks today aren't asked to do as much. And it could be old guys yelling at clouds, but when you think about it, right, the transfer portal, you don't get 4 years in a system, right? You're trying to jump in and learn something in 2 months and go play. So everything has to be simplified in college, right. Where it's very one read or run, or it's RPO, hand it off or throw it to him, rather than reading the full field. You're hearing all this debate about pure progression reads or actually reading the coverage and moving on. I think people are more interested in the old school thinkers, the guys that really know the game. It's why somebody like Phillip Rivers can come off the couch and play at least moderately effective, right? Because he just knows the game at a level so much higher than quarterbacks do now. Matt Ryan has taken over. I think he's going to be looking for an old school offensive mind or an old school football mind to take a young quarterback who has been playing 7-on-7 since they were 6 years old, has been, running out of the shotgun, run and shoot in high school, and never had to do the 7-step drop under center and try to pass some of that along. So I wouldn't be surprised. Everyone's always, the connections, right? Oh, this guy was Matt Ryan's offensive coordinator 15 years ago, so he's a candidate. I think Matt Ryan's smart enough to interview people and see what they know and how they think, and it might be a little bit more of an old school offensive mind because, right, when he was at Boston College, there was no RPO, there was no pure progression read where we're trying to dumb it down for the quarterback. It was all he's a Dana Bible guy who was his offensive coordinator, somebody that I'm familiar with. He was very much like, let's make our quarterbacks be geniuses and see if they can figure it out. So I think that's where they'd go.
You talk about old school. There was a change of what happened with the New York Giants. John Harbaugh going to report to John Mara and ownership. Charlotte Carroll joined us a little bit earlier on from The Athletic and talked about that hierarchy in New York City.
So he's going to be reporting to John Mara and ownership, which is a major departure from how the Giants have done things in the past. They've typically had coaches report to the GM. When asked about, the sticking points in negotiations, Harbaugh said it was building the football operations structure. The conversations with John and Chris and Joe about that were great. So they're going to get this, kind of bigger operationally, but it's going to take time. So it was kind of just, all of the details that need to be sorted out with a major contract was what they were working on and what this is going to look like operationally.
And they got it all worked out, and now he is going to be the head coach. Interesting one that we haven't talked about is Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's had 4 coaches since 1969. It's 2026. Who wants to come in and take over for a franchise, let's be honest, doesn't have a quarterback because I think Aaron Rodgers is gone. And Mike Tomlin, I think, squeezed every bit of juice that they had over the last 10 years.
It's interesting for the job security part. I'm not sure if it's job security just loyalty's sake or, if you win a Super Bowl early, they keep you around. Like they might have just had good coaches, so you didn't fire them. It's kind of chicken or the egg there, but it's definitely an attractive spot working for the Rooneys.
A lot of other jobs that are out there. We'll discuss them coming up a little bit later on. But coming up next, the Bills and the Broncos are heading to half. We'll talk to somebody who's out there. It's Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM, Channel 80.
Coming up on Monday's show, we're joined by 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth to help break down the NFL's divisional round games, and we'll preview the Indiana-Miami college football playoff final. It's the Monday Natty Day edition of the Rich Eisen Show on Disney+, the ESPN app, and ESPN Radio.
Are you ready to unleash the beast? Monster Energy is here to give you the edge this college tailgate season. Loaded with bold flavors, our powerful blend gives you the energy you need to push you beyond your limits. Tune in all season long with Monster, the energy drink of ESPN Radio College Football Tour. Power your performance with a drink that's as hungry for victory as you are. Crack open an ice-cold Monster and dominate your competition. Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Grab yours today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Mike Evans here for Copperhead Plumbing. Your home doesn't have to flood before you know there's a problem. With the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System, you can monitor your home's water usage in real time right from your phone. You'll get notified the moment a leak starts. Trust Copperhead Plumbing for professional installation. Ask about installing a Mow and Flow system today.
Copperhead Plumbing, built to last.
Copperhead Plumbing. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Let's talk numbers. Did you know 1 in 5 kids with cancer have a sarcoma? And more than 16,000 new sarcoma cases are diagnosed annually. What's worse is nearly 7,000 people die of.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Nick DeLuca. Divisional round underway in Denver. The Broncos and the Bills in the waning stages of the opening half. Broncos lead at 17-10 with 9 seconds remaining in the second quarter. And Josh Allen just losing a fumble, so the Broncos taking over with a chance to take a 2-score lead, potentially on the edge of field goal range. We'll try it with 2 seconds remaining. Bo Nix connecting with Lil Jordan Humphrey on a 29-yard touchdown pass to give Denver a 17-10 lead. Allen 8-10, 81 yards with a touchdown. James Cook 57 yards rushing so far. Bo Nix 150 yards and a pair of touchdown throws so far in the first half. It's followed by Seahawks and Niners at 8 Eastern. Seattle looking for the latest with quarterback Sam Darnold. Head coach Mike McDonald saying he's optimistic that Darnold will be able to go with an oblique injury. First game of a busy weekend ends with the national title game in Miami. Canes playing at their home stadium with a chance at the title. DN Ruben Bain expecting a special environment.
I was actually sitting on the bench at practice with my dad like 2 days ago. I told him I'm going to cry. No matter the outcome of the game, I know I'm going to cry because it's really my last game. And it's been a long but quick 3 years, spending all my time here in Miami. And it's like a fairy tale story for me because I get to start it off at Hard Rock and end it at Hard Rock. So I'm going to cry. I know I'm going to cry.
Canes, the underdog against Indiana, looking for the perfect season on Monday night.
Hey, it's Rochelle Smallman coming up Monday. Fernando Mendoza and the Indiana Hoosiers have looked unbeatable. But will the Hurricanes defense be able to do enough to pull off the upset? We'll talk about it on Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Sunday. Football's about to deliver.
End zone! Touchdown!
We know each other very well. We played against each other a ton. I think both teams got an idea of exactly what to expect.
In my mind, it's going to be defense versus defense, not so much offense versus offense. Because the way we saw the Texans defense take over last game, you're going to have to be Superman.
Dominate on 3, 1, 2, 3.
Kickoff temperature 18 degrees, feels like 4. Winds will be 15 miles an hour, gusting to 25. Matthew Stafford has never played in a game where the temperature was below 20 degrees at kickoff.
If we want to keep our season alive, we got to win today.
It's divisional round weekend in the NFL, and this is Game Day on ESPN Radio.
All right, when we went to commercial break, and you won't believe what just happened to end the first half. It is Game Day on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80, all presented by Progressive Insurance. I'm John Michaels. He is Tim Donnelly, and we head right now to talk to Sal Paolantonio, ESPN's NFL reporter. He is live in Denver. Sal, I have seen some crazy endings to first halves. What in the heck was Josh Allen thinking at the end of the half as he fumbles, and Denver now leads 20-10?
Yeah, and unfortunately, we've seen this kind of play from Josh Allen in critical moments of critical games before. I'm as shocked as you are that he lost that fumble. Listen, when you're on the road in the postseason on a short week, your two best players on offense, your running back and your quarterback, turn the ball over, fumble the football, you're not going to win the football game. That's the bottom line. You know, I made some notes as things were going along, and Josh Allen has that long 26-yard run, and it's 1st and 10 on the 32. Buffalo's got the momentum. The crowd here at Mile High was dead. You could see Sean Payton's arms were folded on the sideline, and then boom, Alex Singleton just blows up James Cook. Cook fumbles. And I wrote huge momentum swing, probably the biggest I've seen in a postseason game in a long time.
Wow. And now we go into the second half with you know, there's going to be all the cliche legacy conversations, and we appreciate your time, Sal, checking in with us. Are the Broncos built to hold this lead? They only have 4 carries for their running backs in the first half, and obviously they're going to want to shorten this thing now that it's a double-digit lead.
Yeah, it's the Bo Nix show. There's no question about it. And, you know, you have to take Sean Payton at his word. He said he was going to be aggressive with the offense. He was going to take the restrictor plates off of his quarterback. He was going to let Bo be Bo. And Bo Nix has been the leading rusher and the leading passer for the Denver Broncos. And right now, after that fumble by Josh Allen, you could say that Bo Nix is outplaying Josh Allen. He's been under control. He's been evacuating the pocket when necessary. He's been doing what his head coach has asked him to do. You just mentioned it. They've got 0 running game. So everything's been put on the shoulders of the second-year quarterback, and he has responded. You know, they've had so many injuries, Buffalo, and a lot of injuries in the secondary at the end there, but there's no excuse for leaving receivers wide open in their zone defense. I think one of the storylines going into this game was Bo Nix's inability to handle some of the complex zone schemes Sean McDermott and other head coaches and defensive coordinators around the league this year and last. But he seems well prepared by Sean Payton to pick apart the Broncos' zone scheme. He's just been very patient with the football in the pocket, letting windows open in the zone and finding open guys. And I'm quite impressed by Bo Nix. I really am. In this football game, he's looked very sharp.
Sal, how'd you like the play concept design for the touchdown that gave him a 17-10 lead? Half roll right, throw back to the post route going left. It felt like they had that one drawn up and were just kind of waiting for the perfect time to unveil that.
Yeah, and, you know, they had Cam Lewis missing in the secondary of the Bills, and Peyton, again, he vowed this week, I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to take some gambles. I'm not going to be reckless, but I'm going to be daring. And that right there is a great example. You just mentioned it, perfectly laid out, like you said. He's going to be daring in this football game. He's going to let his young quarterback win this game. This is a defining moment, I think, not only for Bo Nix, but for Sean McDermott and the Buffalo Bills. I realize it's a short week. I get it. All the high altitude stuff. You know, you're playing on the road on a short week. You just went to Jacksonville. You know, this is right here, right now, second half in this game, defining moment for Josh Allen and Sean McDermott. You know, I don't care what excuses you can come up with. You got to find a way to win this football game. You got the best player on the planet. You're playing against a second-year quarterback who's outplaying him.
Is there a little positive spin zone in that, right? You're looking at Josh Allen. He's 8 of 10. It's pretty good. He's got a touchdown. James Cook and Josh Allen combined for 6.1 yards per carry. It's really just tell your two best players not to fumble the ball, and that might solve everything. Is that almost an optimistic way to look at the second half for the Bills?
You're absolutely right. As a matter of fact, I wrote down in my notebook just before I came on the air 2 words: Buffalo moves. They are moving the football. But listen, you know, you've seen enough football games. You can move the football up and down the field, but you've made critical errors like they have made in this game on the road. You cannot win against a team that's got a lot of talent. I mean, that Alex Singleton is around. He's been around the football his entire career, and that's the kind of play that he makes. And you can't leave yourself open like that to a guy like that and not expect the result that happened, which is a fumble at a critical juncture in the game. You had the momentum. I mean, I've seen Sean Payton coach a lot of football games in my career. When he starts to fold his arms and purse his lips on the sideline, we've all seen it. We've all seen those cutaway shots of Sean Payton on the sideline when he's not happy. And at that moment, after that 26-yard run by Josh Allen, his arms were folded and his lips were pursed, and he was staring at the field, and the crowd was silent, and Alex Singleton lowered the boom and changed the momentum in one single play, and you can't let that happen if you're Buffalo.
Sal, great stuff as always. Enjoy what should be a fantastic second half out there in Denver.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
Thanks a lot. That is Sal Paolantonio, ESPN NFL reporter, live there. Tim, I think it was literally a tale of two. It literally was a tale of two plays, not anything else. It's two fumbles that are a direct. I mean, at minimum, the first drive, Buffalo's getting a field goal. So you assume you're up 10-3 then. Who knows what Denver does afterwards? At minimum, at the end of the half, you should only be going in down a touchdown. The difference of going in down a touchdown and down 10 in the NFL, Denver has to play better run defense. But that was one of the most monumental errors of Josh Allen's career.
It's fascinating, right? And hearing Sal Pal's insight into his conversations with Sean Payton about letting Bo Nix loose and trusting him and open it up, called it the Bo Nix show. Imagine going into this game, right? And just looking slot against slot, right? Quarterback against quarterback and running back against running back and all the way on down. You have just veteran advantage all over the place on Buffalo. Josh Allen's been through everything. Bo Nix has been through darn near nothing. James Cook has been through everything. Guys like R.J. Harvey have been through darn near nothing. And on and on. Khalil Shakir has probably been through more than Lil Jordan Humphrey or Marvin Mims, right? All the way. Brandon Cooks. And then you say it's really two young guy mistakes, right? It's not holding on to the football. It's being reckless with the football right before half at a time when you probably weren't even going to get points for your own team. These are young guy mistakes being made by the veteran team. Meanwhile, the coach of the young guys is saying, I'm cutting them loose. I'm letting them roll. I'm going to see how they stack up. It's it goes against so many of the cliches about the postseason where you always want to have your veterans, your senior guards in March Madness, right? You always want to have the vets. It turns out in this one, at least in the first half, the vets were the ones making the young guy mistakes.
Yeah, the veterans, you cannot have that. And Josh Allen, like I said, that's a monumental mistake. That's a seventh grade Pop Warner football mistake. There's 16 seconds, 12. Actually, when the fumbles recover, there ends up being 2 seconds on the clock. Literally, once you break through, you're not scoring. You get down. If they want, and I don't even remember if they had timeouts or not. If you want to take a timeout, fine. You let them launch one to the end zone and try to get a Hail Mary or a pass interference or something like that. Outside of that, there's nothing good that can come from what Josh Allen did. And again, now you go down 10 points and you have to figure it out. The good thing for Buffalo, they did run the ball. The good thing for Buffalo, they did move the ball. And the bad thing for Denver is as well as you played and as many breaks that went your way, you really didn't play that well. Your defense got gashed, and that's supposed to be the strength of your team.
It all goes back to a conversation we had earlier in the show earlier today. There is some weird X factor poise thing that you can't explain, and right, guys like, and I know he hates being compared, and so many are tired of the conversation, but guys like Mahomes, I'm not saying he doesn't run and have the ball out there like a loaf of bread. I'm not saying he doesn't make reckless decisions. It just never seems in the huge moments to bite him. And with Josh Allen, he could make 19 straight great decisions, and if he's reckless on the 20th, it just feels like it bites him. Whether it's fair or not, it just, that sort of thing seems to tail him around in these games. And I can't explain it because I'm a huge fan of Josh, and I think he's really, really good, and watching him is exceptionally fun. But this is just another one that goes on the list of, not only is that a bad decision, but it came back to bite him. Right? You brought it up, 2 seconds on the clock. If they just kick it around a little bit more, right? If the defender can't field it cleanly and he taps it and it goes out of bounds, right? Like, none of that really changes how bad of a decision it is. It just changes whether it hurts him or not, and it always seems to hurt Josh Allen when other quarterbacks with more it factor get away with it.
Yeah, how about your offensive lineman come up with the recovery? He was by himself.
Yeah.
You've got to fall on that football and make sure you secure it. Coming up, one of these teams is trying to secure a berth into the NFC Championship game. We'll preview the Seahawks and the 49ers with somebody that's at the game. He's Tim Donnelly. I'm John Michaels. Game Day, ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
The College Football Playoff National Championship. The magical run by the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes continues.
U is back.
When they faced a top-ranked and undefeated Indiana Hoosiers.
Hoosiers!
Coverage begins Monday at 6:30 Eastern. With kickoff at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Will Sean Payton's offense come out swinging after a long break? Will the Broncos defense avenge the blowout loss to the Bills last postseason? We'll react to it all in the Fan Football Postgame Show, live on game day starting at the 2-minute warning. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
For 60 years, this Toyota location has served Colorado drivers. And today, Groove Toyota carries that legacy forward with family-owned values and a smarter way to buy. Right now, Groove Toyota has over 150 used vehicles on one lot, with more than 50 priced under $15,000. So finding something that fits your budget is easier than you think. Inventory changes daily. See what's available today at GrooveToyota.com or visit us on Broadway in Inglewood. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's